Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to ask about your attention. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are happy to see you on the second day of our masterclass. We have a very exciting and interesting day ahead. And we really appreciate your involvement in the training process. And at the end of the day, we will have certificates, we will have a awarding ceremony and group photo shoot. And right now, Mayank Chandla will present his topic for you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Okay, great. So yeah, let's jump in right away. Um, Today, the topics that we will cover are more advanced. So yesterday, we tried to cover the basics of procurement, so we focused on procurement domain knowledge. And today, we will go more into procurement transformation, get into artificial intelligence, and also sustainability. So these three areas. So these topics are more advanced. So today you will do a lot more listening than yesterday and less talking or less chance to like, I won't be asking you as many questions as I will be talking today. So yeah, let's get started right away. So we started with this yesterday. I did cover at a high level when I started that what is really the CPO's agenda? What is it that the CPO wants to do? So the CPO is really looking to innovate using emerging technology. The CPO wants to accelerate the digital transformation in their company. They want to modernize their procurement applications. They want to improve the procurement agility so that the business is more aligned. The procurement is more aligned to the business. And they do that by creating alignment with the skilled talent they have or to skill that talent. So you are that skilled talent, right? The more you're skilled, the more skills you have, the more diverse skills you have, especially the skills we talked about yesterday, right? The skills across the spectrum of domain, across the landscape of technology, and also all the other soft skills. When you have all these skills, you will really naturally fall into that position of being an aligned skilled talent in procurement. Then a lot of focus on sustainability as we talked about. So you will see that, again, the CPO agenda has definitely got achieving the sustainability goals. So how do you take that lead? And I mentioned to you yesterday that start with yourself. So make an Excel, make a plan for yourself, see your own impact on sustainability. What lifestyle you lead, what are the things you do that actually make a difference. Be the change agent yourself. Do that in your personal life and also then be that change agent in that corporate. And procurement has a big role to play in sustainability because you are the ones dealing with suppliers. If you ask suppliers, this is what we want, or if you emphasize the importance of sustainable supply chain, then the suppliers will start to actually produce products and services like that. So the procurement has a real role to play in making the sustainable supply chain happen or sustainability become real, not that everybody just talks about it. So clearly a key role you have there. And then, so today in the class, we will learn also like how to actually measure sustainability, how to actually do something about it, right? So we'll cover that as well. And then what else? So manage supply chain risk. So this is another important area. So this is broadly what the CPO is looking to do. And I think you all mentioned yesterday cost reduction. So of course, that is always primary for a CPO. Now, if you look at it in another way, right? So you can classify this into three broad areas. One is to digitize procurement and to digitize in such a way that the architecture is scalable. Not like I bring in one application, but it doesn't work with my ERP system or my finance system or my HR, or tomorrow if I get acquired by another company or I grow operations in another country, will my architecture be scalable? So you have to think also of that. And also, we discussed this yesterday. Can we eliminate some transactions? Can we obviously increase automation, but can we also think of what are those redundant processes? Do we really need 3 people in a workflow or 4 people in a workflow to approve something? Probably not, right? So we have to also think of where we can eliminate transactions and actually have a new operating model in procurement. And then it's a lot about getting to the demand faster. How can you have predictive and collaborative demand management? Like who gave me the hospital example yesterday? You needed to make sure always the supply is there without delay. So the more you know about the demand as procurement people, the more you actually are prepared to meet that demand. The other thing is, besides digitizing, you have to build competitive differentiation. So that is the role of procurement. If you cannot build a sustainable and competitive differentiation, then you're not really helping your company be wired for sustainable growth. So to make them actually grow in a sustainable way, you got to also start to differentiate yourself. And then procurement has to become more outcome driven, right? It needs to solve an outcome. I don't know if you look at your jobs like that or not. That what outcome are you delivering? It's saving or client services or whatever. It has to be more outcome based. And the same you will demand from your suppliers. So your supplier should give you not just a service, it should give you a certain outcome with that, right? So contracts are now starting to be written like that, actually for a long time now, but this is definitely, if you're not doing outcome-based contracts, this is something you got to do. And then, of course, the main focus is talent. That's why we're all here. If you don't learn continuously, if you don't learn new tech, you will fall behind. So you have to keep pace with both the domain knowledge, that's the basic. You have to have the domain knowledge, but you have to also understand the whole landscape of technology and what is possible with technology. So today we will go through a lot of that as well. What is the art of possible with the technology that exists in procurement space, and also technology that exists in general? What is the state of technology that's there? Like, for example, IoT, Internet of Things. You know it's there. So can we apply it to procurement? Where can we apply it to procurement? For example, the buildings can be all run on IoT, right? Simple thing like the lights can be off when you're not there. I mean, these things happen already. So this is a simple case of IoT, right? But this, if you are a category manager in procurement, you would start thinking like that if you know that this thing is possible. If you're not aware of some of these emerging tech and what they can do, you will never be able to apply it to procurement. So being aware of technology in general is very, very helpful. And the other thing is, again, all your skills make you an agile person, make you aligned with more with business. So you're not a cost function sitting in a procurement department working just on your own or in just a procurement team. You are very well aligned to business. That is something what is what the CPO wants to drive, that sort of talent and that sort of organization. Okay, so there's of course a big list, and I think we discussed this yesterday, so I'll not go into the detail, but these are the top 10 priorities. We covered them. And that's why we are aligned in a way as Insight Plum to also look at technology, not just from the leading players today, but also the emerging technology, and how to actually start to use that innovation and build those use cases. So we do something called as Innovation Garage. So we'll talk a lot about it today as we talk about artificial intelligence. So we do Innovation Garage with our emerging tech partners and with the client. Then we basically build, we understand a use case, and we then create that piece of innovation. And then that innovation can be easily replicated to the whole industry, or sometimes it's so to the, across industries, you can also replicate that. And then you can't do this alone. Like we were again discussing this yesterday a lot, that technology alone is not good enough. If you do not have the process knowledge, what will you make someone actually implement for you, right? Or if that person who's implementing doesn't have the process knowledge, again, you will have a substandard system, a substandard process. So unless you're able to run a mature, full end-to-end process and leverage technology for it, you will have substandard results and substandard presence, right? So this is how we are structured to have always approach customers holistically with technology, with services, and with help them in talent, right? So this is kind of our approach. Now let's start with where are the problems in procurement? What is the typical challenge? And what is the case for procurement transformation in procurement? So I think this is something you can all relate with, right? That this is where you need to go digital. If you have manual source to pay processes, what happens with manual source to pay processes? You need more people. What technology can do easily with, in minutes, in seconds sometimes, you need so many people to do that. So that's the case of, simply where you can have a digital process, why not? When we went through a bit more detail yesterday through the process walkthrough, we compared scenarios like, imagine if you were to send a contract by post and get it signed versus, negotiating a contract online. It makes all the difference, right? So it's a no-brainer to be digital. Also, manual processes lead to suboptimal experience because if it's not digital, it's actually slower for everyone, right? It also means you don't have visibility half the times of what is happening. So the whole experience is really suboptimal without being digital. I mean, simple things like when you order something and you get already a delivery notification or a way to track delivery, it just helps you. Even if whether you check it or not, it is really satisfying that you can track. You feel you are a bit more aware, right? So so technology really helps you also avoid a suboptimal experience. And again, it also depends on the applications you choose, right? So if 75% of the buyers today are millennials, and you're going to choose procurement applications that are not intuitive or that are old for a long time or don't have a good user interface, they will not really resonate with your employees. And actually, employees will leave you. So as procurement, you also have the responsibility to make sure that the kind of systems you purchase, not just for procurement itself, but also in the company, like you're part of onboarding business in general, right? So you are actually keeping a good focus on the user interface or the user experience. So that is very important. And the other thing that technology enables is to get you compliance, avoid saving leakage. A simple example of saving leakage is you have signed a contract, but it is not digital, or you don't have a way in which technology can enforce your contract. So you will not get those savings necessarily. Or basically, let's say you don't have a way to even enforce your policy. If you have a procurement policy, you can't enforce your policy if it's not digital, right? It's not easy to enforce. And then as procurement, you have to have an elevated role. You have to have influence. I mean, if you see yourself as support function, business will see you as support function. So you need to obviously elevate your own influence. And you will do this by making a real impact, right? If you make a real impact to business, if you are really a true business partner to the business, then you will have more influence. And actually, more and more spend will be managed by you in procurement rather than the business themselves. So companies that are small or growing, in them, I think, naturally just the business decides. Business wants something and they decide. It's not procurement. Procurement is literally just doing the support job. But as you grow, and as the procurement matures, procurement has the control on the spend, on the policies, on the whole supplier selection or the sourcing cycle, then you are more empowered, right? So these are kind of the challenges that are there. So now let's look at it on how do we assess? How do we really start to assess or where does the transformation journey begin? That is really our topic. So where should the transformation journey begin and how? So yes, you identify that the current state there are issues. Should you straight jump to buy a piece of technology to think you should improve? That's why I told you the story at the start of yesterday, that this is typical, right? That companies are growing, and they start to just buy a piece of software. and they think that, technology will make us better. Technology will not make you better unless till you actually understand what it will do for you, and first you have to be internally mobilized as a company to make most use of that technology. Otherwise, it'll be like examples we shared yesterday, that the company was using less than 10% of the technology they had actually bought, and they're paying for licenses. And also, besides that, then they have to actually hire expensive consultants just to do the basic job. So the way we look at it, our approach to procurement transformation is you start with understanding the needs, assessing the organization. So the first thing is assess your organization in terms of its maturity. So assess just firstly on the business side. What is your process coverage with or without current technology? What exactly are you doing across the source to pay? We spent a lot of time on the source to pay process yesterday only for this reason, because that is really the core. So it would be a very good exercise for all of you to always keep that source to pay process as a reference guide for yourself, and see what or how many of those processes at that level 3 do you actually follow in your company. Because that would be a very good reference for you to compare that. Leave aside technology, just on process, what is your coverage? Okay, and then you should question why. Why is it that we don't have a certain process? Why are we not doing a certain thing? When you clearly know that, okay, if I had done this step, it would probably help me in so and so way. Like if you had done supplier qualification, it would help you actually only send out the RFP to the right suppliers rather than just anybody. Or it would help you save time when you actually need to send out an RFP. Then you know that I've actually got these people qualified in this. And also, like, for example, if you have a rating of preferred suppliers and approved suppliers and strategic suppliers, then you know that where you can give business to a strategic supplier, then you should give a business to a strategic supplier and not just an approved supplier, and especially not a maverick supplier, right? So figure out what processes you have and what processes you don't have and why you don't have them. And then the other thing is understand your operating model. I let you answer yesterday your operating model. What is your target operating model? Do you even understand in your company, is there a target operating model or not? And what all does it have? Does it have the strategy? Does it have the organization? Does it mention the processes? Does it mention the procurement technology to be used? And does it have the policy and procedures? So we covered all that yesterday. So this is something also very important to understand then. Your org structure, are you center-led? How are you aligned to serve the business? And so on. What are you measured on in performance? Because that also drives a lot on how you actually conduct business. If you know this is how you're measured, are those goals, are your objective aligned to business needs or not? So we assess that, and then also we assess on the current technology, current master data, the wider enterprise technology. So we see what is the state. So let's say you get a new software, but you don't even have a commodity code structure, a commodity classification. You have not even standardized unit of measure, let's say, or you don't have even some basic accounting stuff, right? Like let's say the general ledgers or something. So it will be difficult for you to even use technology the right way. Or let's say suppliers, right? If you don't record your suppliers the right way and maintain supplier records, you will have a kind of a real junk database of suppliers. It'll not be useful to just get a new piece of technology and not be ready with all this stuff. So what we do, let's go in a bit detail when we come back to this. So the way we assess a customer is we actually do some stakeholder interviews with them. So we ask them at level 1 some basic questions. And I asked you yesterday, like if you want to ask someone high level as a CPO, you will know in 3 seconds, okay, how good or how bad the organization is. Like, okay, what's your spend under management? What's your spend with top suppliers? What's your contracted spend? Some of these things will give you a very quick answer of the organization maturity. Then you go deeper and ask deeper questions. So let's see, for example. So this is, you don't need to read these slides, but just to understand. So we basically ask some questions that help us assess the organization's current state, current performance, the maturity. Maturity is like, okay, what's the presence in the processes? Are they, what process you do or you don't do? And also then you're able to benchmark them against a good practice. So you should also know what does good procurement look like? This is very, very important for you to know what is best practice. If I interview anyone for a procurement role, the way I actually judge them is if they are able to define best practice to me, then I at least know that they know best practice, or they actually are exposed to best practice. Even if their organization doesn't do best practice yet, they are at least aware that this is best practice that exists today. The definition of best practice itself is really relative, and it's going to change. With the new emerging tech, you will see that what was considered best practice 5 years back or 10 years back, or is in most people's head the best practice now, is probably not best practice. With innovation, you are really extending the boundary of what is best practice. If in personal life also it's the same, right? Things you can do so quickly with WhatsApp and some of these other things you never did in the past. So the definition of best practice is also changing. So you should know what is a best practice, then compare what elements of it you have or you don't have, and then the KPIs. So we talked about this yesterday. So you look at the KPIs, and then you mentioned a lot of KPIs yesterday. So then you go in the kind of KPIs like, okay, how much am I cataloging? What are my SLAs like? What is my performance on this? What is my approval time or PR to PO conversion time, and so many things, right? And then you can compare starting with your industry first. Where do you stand relative to another company in your industry? Do you even know who is a leader? Like, we had a lot of people from banks yesterday. I don't know if you had a way to know that which bank is actually doing best in class stuff, or where do other banks are, especially in your own geography, right? Where are the other banks? Or in same with any other industry. So you benchmark compared to that industry, and then also you become an industry leader, right? If you are the best in class in your industry, that's already a good sign. So I have seen some examples. I went to Australia where I saw there were banks who actually, they were quite frustrated with the technology that their technology partners could offer. They were not able to get innovations. So they started to create their own IP, their own innovation. So then at some point, they got to a stage where basically what they had was the right solution for them, but it was also the right solution for the whole banking industry. So in procurement, don't consider your role to be very limited from that sense also. So you can actually create that IP in procurement and make your procurement function a revenue generating function. Because let's say this bank, they produced that technology and they were able to offer the same technology to other banks because it made sense. So there's a lot of potential to create IP, and that's why that's another thing that Insight Plum does is we are innovating with customers. Why? Because one, of course, they will have invested IP in it. It's both innovation that, let's say a piece of technology exists. We are partnering with so many emerging tech partners, the top 100 in the world. So they already are doing something. So one, it avoids people to recreate what is already there. It's just a matter of they didn't know that. And again, I can give you simple examples of it, right? Let's say I'm making some template in my company. If somebody has already done that template before, why should I have to make that template again? The same with technology. If somebody already has produced it and you're just unaware of it, that is what we are doing, is making that link. Making customers be aware that already this exists. So if customers come to us, we already know that in these use cases, this technology is there, it's possible. Now, we still need to personalize with them. So we still, again, so that's the other reason we do the assessment with them, is to understand what there's, let's say you will always find a list of things to do. You will find that, yeah, I should do this also, I should do these other 10 things, but we help them prioritize. And then we say, okay, this is your top priority. So for this, something exists or doesn't exist, then we look at it. If, let's say, they really find something and nothing exists for them, we start to innovate on that and build some IP on it. And then then that becomes the solution. And that's how actually innovation comes to market. Because it starts with some use case somewhere, right? Somebody needs to know that this is the problem to solve. So always you can be that person in procurement, and actually in any job, but in procurement especially, you have a big opportunity because you're across the whole business. You're not confined to, I only do this. The whole business of your company you are involved in. To see innovation in any side of that, you are involved in. Okay, so we do this sort of assessment basically, and then we also, on the KPIs, we see where they stand, so we do this maturity. We also then assess against the functionality. So again, if you would have done procurement like 10 years back or 15 years back, you would have seen that it is a very common practice. You send like your whole list of requirements. And especially before the on-demand time, people who worked in on-premise applications, how did they work? You literally made a list and you gave the requirement list to the software company, and they made those customizations for you. So that is really now long back, right? That's not the way anymore. But you need to know, okay, to support these processes, this is the functionality I need. Now, no one's really doing this way anymore. The technology is standard, right? So it's better for you to adopt what is standard coming from your software provider, from your cloud provider, and actually adopt your processes according to it, rather than trying to say, this is what I need. Because like I as consultant, when people tell me this is what I need, I always question them that, is this mandatory? Because sometimes they think, and a lot of procurement people say this, that they think that it's mandatory, but actually it's not. So you have to challenge that, or at least be sure what is really a mandatory process and you need something, or actually it is not mandatory. If some things can be done in a simpler way, if transactions can be eliminated, then do that. So you have to also see how you are working with your software vendor to actually look at requirements. So a lot of times, I mean, if I name, like, for example, SAP. SAP is a very big software, right? It's a leading software. It has a lot of functionality. So SAP most likely can meet a lot of the functionality needs. But not always you need SAP. So a lot of the emerging companies need probably less functionality. They don't need the complexity of what SAP can offer. So at least with emerging tech, they have options. So be open to options, to see, evaluate options. So we check this, we kind of see what is basically where they stand, what are their requirements, what are their pain points, and what can technology do for them. So we won't go in the detail of all this now, but let's go back to the approach. So let's say you have identified that your processes are fragmented. You have identified that you are currently giving suboptimal experience, or there is saving leakage, right? So all this makes the case for digital, right? Then you will start to also need to have a case for what is your business case. A lot of procurement people struggle to make that business case for change. Like they clearly, and also the software companies that are selling you the software, they are not articulating the business case. They are just telling you, please buy our software and it'll make your life simpler, or you will surely see value. But what we are also seeing with our emerging tech partners itself are that they know their software and they're busy improving and building on their software, but they're not doing something called as the value engineering. So this is again something that you should be able to put a value on, that, okay, how much can I save? Or what is my business case for making this change? If I get a piece of technology, can I really say that it's going to make the job done by 10 people today be done by 5 people? Or doesn't mean you're making 5 people redundant, you are making them do probably more strategic work. So this is something that you need to also see, that what are you doing with, how you're going to make the case. So you have a case to make just on pure value levers, that, okay, I'm going to save a percent here, a percent here. So I'll give you examples. So let me come to that in a second. But then also understand that you are doing it not just for savings, you're also doing it for service quality, for innovation. You're doing it for controls, for compliance, and you're also doing it to really, again, elevate the procurement influence. So that is something, and also maybe speed of delivery. To serve your business partners better, a better technology will help you deliver that. But otherwise, technology is really just an enabler, right? Ultimately, it's your domain expertise, it's your process. So start with your process, and then use technology to actually enable that process for you. And then the output is, you will come across as a more professionalized procurement unit, which will anyway have an effect on your company's image, on giving you more savings probably, also to attract the right talent to work for you in your team. Normally, procurement companies, normally a procurement transformation program, especially a digital transformation program in procurement, these are the broad areas of savings, right? So I'll help you go through this. You are going to have cost savings. You're going to have the expansion of the procurement effectiveness and influence, and you will obviously support your company growth. So you will be more aligned to support growth. And the later you do technology, you may probably even get disrupted as a company. More than 50% of the Fortune 500 companies did disappear in the last decade. I don't know if you even noticed that. And at the same time, there are almost, I think, 300,000 startups every single day getting registered. So you can imagine how many new companies get registered every day. But these companies have got busted because even though they were big, they probably were not operating the right way. They didn't have the right technology or something, and they ultimately, it doesn't work. The cost structure versus what they earn, or the profitability, it doesn't work. So procurement is playing a key role to also making sure that with time you are scalable. That's why I showed you one chart yesterday between, are you doing something for driving value, or are you doing something for driving cost? And you have to balance. So sometimes you're doing something purely because you know you're going to save cost. But sometimes you're doing because you know that you need to make this investment now. You have to upgrade your systems because it is going to make you support company growth eventually. So let's look at, I'm going to give you an example of Ariba. So yesterday we went through the whole source to pay process, right? So the process is here. Now you will appreciate this process more. So let me explain to you this process with a simple example of what does digital procurement really do. So this is really a very simple chart actually that Ariba uses, or Ariba used in the past, like even like good 10 years back Ariba used this. But it's very simple, so I actually picked this up to explain to you really end to end what is happening with digital procurement. So what you see on the left side is everything that is on the buyer side, and what you see on the right is Ariba network, or it's a supplier network. So, and then you see the color as well. So you see what's happening here, and in that color, what is the supplier doing? So supplier is got coverage across your source to pay. So this kind of a network, like Ariba network, which is the leading network for suppliers in the world, is comprehensive, right? It's across the whole source to pay. So it supports the entire life cycle with the supplier. But what does it really do? So let's look at it from the start. So you first, as a typical procurement person, are doing spend analysis or analyzing your spend and then finding a need, discovering that, okay, I can consolidate spend this way, or here's my need, or let's say the demand is coming from business. So you sometimes need to, one is supplier. Yesterday we discussed suppliers are contacting you that we offer this service. But anyway, regardless of that, the timing doesn't always work, right? Sometimes you are getting some supplier for something, but what you are looking for is totally something in a different area. So as procurement people, all the time you are actually going out to market to discover. So this tool helps you discover. So what is happening is, so again, like Facebook, like companies register their profile and it tells them, okay, we do so-and-so business, we are based in this place. This is like the Facebook for supplier network. So suppliers will register themselves and tell them that these are the products or categories we provide service, or we provide these products and these services. And also these are the locations we cover. So that's how they have registered. So when you as a procurement person is trying to look for a company, you're not just going to Google and looking for a company. You're actually going to these supplier portals from your sourcing application and saying, I only have 2 suppliers to invite for my RFP, but are there any new suppliers? Like, we hope to be invited to RFPs. We are a new company. How should people know us? So we registered ourselves on a network like Ariba network, and okay, we offer this services in procurement. So hopefully now when they're looking for RFP, for let's say any work in procurement, they can hopefully find us. So that's the logic. So they would discover, and also this is the place when suppliers are getting registered, right? So on the portal they register themselves. Now after you discover them, you are inviting them to sourcing. So what's the function that is happening is negotiation, right? So you do negotiation and you award them the contract, and then you are tracking performance. So you're doing that. So all this is happening digitally. You're able to do the entire cycle with the supplier. Supplier can negotiate terms and supplier can sign it and come back. So, and also from this, we discussed yesterday, so this is upstream. All this activity that you see in green color is upstream, meaning this is done by the procurement function, or the buyers or the category managers or the supplier managers. This is not for the end user. The end user comes in here in blue. So what is the end user doing? So for the end user, you as a procurement person is basically converting the contract into a catalog for them to consume. So yesterday we saw a lot of advanced examples. I think Vishal, you gave a very advanced example, right? Of how the contract is getting distributed in the ERP and going across the world. But normally, at least this contract gets converted to a catalog. And then you have to give them a good user system, a system where they can really do self-service procurement. They can request a system. They can request anything to buy. So I'll pick on a new person like Rose. You are new today here. Have you ever ordered something using a procurement system? Have you bought stuff for your company? How did you buy stationery?
System working on there.
Which system?
We were using Orion,
Okay.
so it was all in the system. We would, the direct, what you could say, the direct users for it.
Yes.
But in the Orion system, it was backhand, all this was done.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's an example of that. So your procurement department would have obviously had the system, had put catalogs there for you, so you could buy from those catalogs.
Go through
right?
that and then buy.
Yes, so that's an example of end user, right? So Rose was an end user, but US procurement have set up the stuff in catalog, so she can request, and then people would approve it, and mostly these are these line managers or others, and then it would go out as an order. You would do receiving. We discussed all this. So you see the corresponding activity in blue here from the supplier network point of view. What is the supplier doing? So supplier is actually uploading the catalog. Now this is very basic, but let's say there is one supplier. Just give me any name for a supplier. Just let's say this Lulu hypermarket, right? This supermarket. Um, they put all their catalog up. So each customer doesn't need to really put their catalog, do that version of catalog in their system. It's just loaded once from that company on their supplier portal. And then it is pushed to the buyer system. So let's say, of course, I have, let's say, different pricing for, and maybe Lulu is not a good example, but let's say something else like in tech, like let's say some laptop provider here that you work with. Yeah, let's say that company. Yeah, so let's say they're loading a catalog, but obviously for each customer, they have a different contracted pricing. Even then, the whole loading of the image and putting a price to it or the description to it, they don't need to do it more than once. And you as a customer definitely don't need to do it, right? So we talked about yesterday that you don't need 300 people to do a catalog maintenance or loading catalog. Catalog is loaded here once, and it's pushed this side, and you have it available. So why I'm talking about is that sometimes procurement people are not even aware of, this is a small example of what technology can do, but you have to be aware of it. So yeah, you do this, and now if you see the invoicing and the finance, so once the order goes, the supplier is able to, over the network, send you the order confirmation, the shipping notices, and then they're able to flip the PO into an invoice. So, and then also get the payment status. And then we were talking yesterday about finance as well, right? That you can have payment term discounts and so on. So this is kind of what is the end-to-end procurement. So if you understand this one slide, you can really, I mean, of course, a lot of you are procurement professionals, so it's not a big deal for you. But in general, for anybody, this is all that is in procurement, really, across source to pay. This is broadly what it is in terms of how a system is doing. Of course, we will learn more. We talked about how this is the basic process that's enabled, but we talk about everything else, right? How we get into innovation, how we talk about sustainability, and all those are other areas. But basically, to do the basic source to pay process, this is all you need. And it would make sense, again, if it's all in one system. It's easy, right? Because then the data is flowing across the whole system. But also, this is now another emerging trend. I don't want to confuse you right now, but again, the industry is getting to a point where it doesn't need to be in one system, because now you're again back to a best-in-class system for just that process. Like you could just have a best practice process or best practice provider for just supplier management, just for contracts, just for sourcing, just for P2P, because why? Now the integration is very easy. Earlier integration was a big deal, so it made sense to have one source to pay system. And there was, of course, a decade before that where you still had best in class, but for other reasons. Then came in the middle where you had the source to pays, but now again, technology is becoming that easy that you can have a standalone system for each. Okay, so now we went here, right? So let's go back to how would you implement it? So that is what we should talk about now. So I'll go back to the slide where we were talking about this. We were here, right? So we were assessing, and then we were making a business case. And then what is next? What is next after you have made a business case that, yes, this technology will help you, you start to implement that. You do the project. So you need to be mobilized internally to do a project, to do that sort of transformation in your company. Not just the software company comes with consultants and you are ready. How do you have to be ready? You need to know that you will allocate time. You need to understand the art of possible with that technology. You need to organize your master data. You need to know that, okay, this is the input that I will need to give to the consultants to implement this, and then that will be done. I mean, what is happening today is also we are moving away from a time where you need 5, 6 months, 1 year to implement technology and then see change. You have technology that is ready to be plug and play. You can simply, in days, stand up. And this is another thing why we are partnering with emerging tech, is because they are bringing on that sort of functionality where they tell us that we just need 5, 10 days to get you going. It's just personalizing your data, but the rest is all there. So it's gone are the times where you need to sit with people for months and come to a blueprint of a design, and then that goes to get built somewhere, and you're testing it and it's getting integrated and all that. So now you're almost ready to just take plug and play systems and just personalize it with your data. But anyway, for large projects, you are doing also something called as architecture due diligence. Where is the pointer today? Who has the pointer? You have the pointer pen? I can use it now. No, it's okay. You don't get your 1,000 dirhams. So this one, I'm talking about this one. So this architecture due diligence is also very important. So don't rush in to buy a software until you also understand how will that software work with other softwares that you have in your enterprise, or can you scale with it. And then we are doing this project planning and budget. So often this happens that you planned a certain budget, but you didn't consider everything, and so you have only got a limited budget, or you secured a limited budget from your finance to do your project. And as a result, you have pressure, and then you see what happens, right? That's why I told you that story yesterday, that limited budget, or the budget was okay, but over time the budget will run out. So you have to have thorough planning. This helps. And then you need to mobilize as per the plan. If you cannot execute your plan, you will always fall behind. If you fall behind, then you will compromise somewhere. You compromise on functionality or complexity, and this is actually, in my 20 years career in procurement, this is actually the most frustrating thing that I have seen, and I do not understand this. All the companies, or a lot of them, when they're doing an implementation, they just are trying to stand up a system. And let's just go live. Let's just go live with minimum functionality. The rest we'll see later. Why? You can plan and implement most of your complexity to support your business process, to support your business needs. So plan it and actually implement it. Because what happens when you just do the minimum viable product and go live? Then it doesn't meet the needs of your business process, or half the business process. And then the adoption suffers, or you don't realize your business benefit case that you could have realized. Like, let's say there were 10 levers of savings possible if you implemented the right thing. So I'll give you an example. So yesterday we were talking about tactical sourcing, how a tool can enable tactical sourcing. Now, if you did not implement that, you've lost on that one lever, and that lever was getting you additional 1 or 2%. So you lost that. Or if, let's say, there is a contract compliance module in there, and you did not put your contracts in there, you're not going to get this compliance savings, and you would lose another 1 or 2% there. So each time you are dropping a functionality, you are losing the value lever. So that's, again, very important that, if you want to make a career on the tech side, or even you're on the customer side, but you are in charge of the transformation, because I think all of you in procurement, all the time, you will experience this. You cannot just be away from tech. You will be going through projects, you will be going through transformation in your company, and you will be involved. So when you're involved, you can make sure that you are covering it and getting the maximum functionality through. So maybe can I have a show of hands? How many of you have ever been involved in a procurement project or any sort of implementation project in your company? So a lot of you, right? So what can I have an answer on what did you really implement the full tech, or did you say, like I said to you, that it was like just stand up a system? What was it?
Usually, these decisions are done in advance through Capex. So, for example, this decision is made by companies, let's say medium or big companies in advance. So if it's not planned for Capex for this year, this can come to the table only next year, usually. And then this, from your experience how this decision tree in the companies works in that sense. Who is the driver? Is it CFO? Is it CEO? Is it CIO? Who are the drivers of this decision? Will it be full option, as you mentioned, or just standard option?
So it's a great question. It's a very good question. And I mean, yeah, I should take time to answer it, because CFO is giving you the finance for it. But the CFO is not the subject matter expert for your need. So it depends how you are able to articulate your need, how well. How well are you able to position your use case in front of them? If you are able to do, that's why I stressed on this point of value engineering, right? What is this value engineering? It is helping you, and that's why we do the other thing first, the assessment. If you come to a CFO, like if you come to me, if I'm the CFO, and if you have really said, I have assessed our current system and processes, these are the gaps, as a result, this is the kind of inefficiency or loss of savings or loss of opportunity we are facing, fine. Are you able to put a value to it? Of course, it's common sense that yes, we don't have a system where you're doing a paper-based process versus doing something in technology, you're probably losing time and money, it's clear. But can you put a value to it? So there is a structured approach to put a value to it, to say that, okay, these are the 5 value levers. How will you be able to put that? Is when you actually are able to do this. I'll come to this. When you're able to put the process and say that this is the process I want to run, and that's why I keep stressing on it. First, if you are a process expert, then you know that this is the process, and you can make a business case that I don't have technology that does half the things. My current system doesn't support me run so-and-so process or do this process effectively. Because of it, I'm losing so much. And I'll come in a minute to give you some industry values as well, so you can see that. So basically, the ball is in your court to make the right case. So it's your responsibility as the procurement expert to make the right case for change, that I need the change, not just because it's nice to have, or I see all companies are implementing so-and-so system, let's go and also implement and our life will be easier. You make the right case, also then you pursue the right case. Actually, that's why I said it's a very good question, because a lot of times the people making the case are also not making that full case anyway. So they're making a simple case, and they are also just saying, based on this, can we just get the new system and show those values. But if you made a proper case with considering all the values, and then you can be conservative that, I'm not going to realize my value in 3 months, I'm going to realize my value in 6 months, or I will get the spend adoption in the new tool in so many months. That's fine. But you make the case with the right values. I'll come to those values also in a second. But let's go back here. So if you have done the right case, and then you will implement the right case, right? That's what I was trying to say. Then you come to the delivery. So let's say you have mobilized your project. Then you start to come to your actual project time when you are getting that project. You're getting yourself, or the consultants are configuring the system for you. So how can you then do that on time? Again, that's not the time either to drop functionality, saying that, okay, just because I can't do it in that much time, let me drop something. So stick to your business case. And then this, how many of you know what is agile delivery? What is agile methodology? Have you ever heard this word, agile? Yeah, okay. So there are like two broad ways. I mean, there are many ways, but put it like this. There's something called as waterfall, way of doing a project implementation, and there's something called as an agile way of doing implementation. What happens in waterfall is you have clear set phases, and you finish one phase, then you start the next phase, and then you do the next phase. And these phases are like, okay, prep, design, build, then test, and so on, right? So you have done the prep, then you have designed, and you had a blueprint. That's how like projects happened at least 10 years back or 15 years back. I mean, some companies are even doing it now. But, and there's nothing wrong with it, but a lot of companies are not working this way. Like Sweden as a country, Sweden does a lot of planning. People really plan, and they plan the plan, and they really meticulously do the planning, and then they execute that plan. But they have that discipline. So they plan it very well, and in their case, they would have planned the full functionality, they would have had the full blueprint, and actually delivered that, right? And so that's totally fine. But on the other side is agile. So in agile, what you're doing is you are doing something called as sprints. So you are doing, you start with the software, and let's say you have a minimum viable product. It means that, okay, like for a car, what's the minimum viable thing you need in a car? It should work. It should take you from point A to point B, right? That maybe okay, you need an air conditioner. That's also, let's say, a minimum viable product in a car. But there could be additional things that you can buy later. You could put a seat cover later, or you could put something, some fancy gadget later inside. So but the minimum viable product is that, can I do the job with it? So the same way in software, you can start with, the software is anyway standard. It's coming from the cloud. It's coming on demand. You don't have to really do anything. It's there. So the standard functionality, that MVP product is there today. All you are doing now is increasing the complexity based on your business needs, like personalizing it with your data and so on. So what you do is what is written here, the pre-configured MVP solution. So what we do as consultants is make sure that the minimum viable product is already there on day one. And then we just ask the customers now how to really incorporate your complexity and build on it. So these agile sprints, what they do is, and then they say, okay, these are the 5 things we want to achieve. So you're doing it more on a daily basis or a weekly basis, and sorry, you are testing a piece of functionality. Let's say somebody is writing a piece of code or configuring a bit of system. It's not even writing code these days. It's more of just configuration, just your data, just your personalization. So it's doing a bit of functionality, testing a bit of functionality, and so building it step by step. Not like whole design, whole build, whole testing. The problem with that one was, now if something failed, in the olden times, if something failed, what happens? Then you would go and fix it. You'd almost like start the whole thing again. In this agile way, you are working real time and just adding functionality. Also, it doesn't mean that you are working in an unorganized way. So a lot of companies do what is called as hybrid agile, which is like you still have broad definition of, these are my phase. I'm not in my prep phase anymore. I'm in my design phase. But this design is not one design. It's broken into agile sprints. So first I will do my MVP product, then I will accomplish this functionality, and then I can accomplish 2, 3, 4. Because what you can also do with that is drop something. You can drop your agile sprint 5. because that 5 I anyway prioritize to be the more nice to have or the more complex thing. But I start from what should be in my sprint 1. So that's the other thing. You're doing sprint planning. That, okay, this minimum viable product is great, but then I need, this is my sprint 1. This is my most important functionality or process. Thank you. And then I do sprint 2, 3, 4, 5, like that accordingly. So that's the idea of these agile sprints and agile delivery. And then the other thing here is implementation assets and accelerators. So these are very important. So if you are on the buying side, choose a provider who comes with all these assets. Like we as a company, what we do is we have a whole list of assets for each phase of the delivery. So an asset could be a very simple thing. I mean, our company culture, and maybe it's like same for all of you as well, but what we do is each time we create something, we try to create it like an asset. Then we reuse it. It just makes our job easier, right? So asset could be as simple as you have one standard format for, let's say, everybody's, let's say, promotion announcement. Could be something. Could be an asset for, okay, this is my simple template when I do this or that. Assets are nothing but like, more like, okay, template. If I need information from someone, I give them my template and say, can you populate the information in this way? If I've given them my 10 assets and said, this is all the information I need from you through the life cycle of this project, and you've given them that on day 1, firstly, you've given them also more time to be prepared, and gives them time to plan and actually give you that information. So what we really stress on is having this prep phase, this project mobilization or prep phase, during which a good company or a good consultant can give you all that upfront and say, these are our templates, these are the whole asset pack, just populate your data and give it back to us, and we'll be ready to go at that speed. So those are accelerators. So how to really make a project go faster. If you didn't have an asset or an accelerator, you would be like, each time you're doing it new. You would start, and then you would see, and then talk, and then say, okay, now we discover we need this. Can you give us this information? You don't have to work in that way. You can just straight and upfront say, these are the 10 documents I need through the life cycle of the project. So, and I don't need them now. Probably I need them this in month 1, this in month 2, but this is when I would be definitely needing them, because beyond that time, it affects my delivery timeline. So that's sort of stuff you can easily do. And yeah, if you've done all that, then the last phase will happen very easy, the benefit realization. If everything is in the system, planned like that, you have better chance of realizing the benefit business case. Now, can you tell me what could still, if you've, let's say, implemented a system and it's thorough, it's full in functionality, what could still go wrong between getting the adoption and the business case and not getting it? What could go wrong? You all had your morning coffee. Yeah? What could go wrong? So I'll tell you, so what could go wrong is still that we are humans, right? So change is very difficult for us. We are just used to doing things in a certain way. So that is probably another area. So even if something is great, maybe the adoption is still, there is a change management effort. So that's the other aspect of doing a transformation, is to have a good hold on change management. And you don't do change management at the end of your implementation when you're ready to go live. You do it through the journey. So you're also preparing people for that change. So that's the other thing to keep in mind. A lot of companies really underestimate change management. So, and the other aspect of change management is really basically more effective communication. It's nothing but effective communication. If you had kept me in the loop, if you had kept me informed, that's all I need. Mostly that is the change. Now, because I'm seeing it first time, my first reaction is no. But if I have seen the same email 10 times over the last 3 months, even if I've not read those emails, I know you guys are talking about some change, and that change is coming, and now probably that change is there, so let's go ahead. So that change management is important. And then the other thing important is knowledge management. So a good company would be able to take you through transfer of knowledge. So that's another thing that we try to endeavor, or you if as a project team, this is something you need to do, that identify a core team who understands the art of possible with that technology of what you're trying to implement, but then you are also able to find those change champions, those super users in various departments who will actually take up the change, who will be like your change agents in those departments. So you have to also identify such people, but you also then impart them knowledge. That's how they become super users. I mean, I tell you, like, my career started like that, in a way, into tech, because I was a consultant. I mean, I was not a consultant. I was a good person with analytics, and I was doing a leadership role in sales, and then I was moved to analytics, and just because I was good with numbers. And then came an opportunity that I was working for this company where they needed to implement Ariba in 60 countries across the world. So because I was a good person, like I was open to learning something new, and then I learned it, and then I became like a super user. Then over time they made me the product owner for that, and then they made me the whole project manager. And when I had done this whole transformation for one company, basically I'd seen the whole best practice process. I had seen the whole life cycle of implementation. It became very easy for me to then become an external consultant, take it to others, because then I thought I want to make impact to other companies also. So that's how I kind of moved my career. So all I'm trying to say is that, again, if you are imparting knowledge and you're also open to receiving knowledge, like you asked yesterday, it's easy. You learn something, it'll take you no time from learning that to actually becoming the person for it. And more opportunities will open for you in your company and outside. So especially, I mean, a lot of people today in procurement, you know, there is so much shortage of talent in procurement, and especially procurement tech. So where are the people coming from, and where the opportunities coming from is actually from this. So you don't have enough consultants, and even those consultants are coming from somewhere, right? You are not getting this training in your schools or colleges anyway. You can't be like hiring a graduate and expecting that they know how to implement tech. They don't know it. They will learn on the job. So there is no source of it. So this is why we are focused on creating net new talent in procurement. So we are partnering with universities. So we straight get students out of university, like Ajman University, and they will learn our tech, or they will learn tech and they will get the jobs. But this is one way, and we are one company that's doing it, right? But in general, how do you actually create the talent? So what is happening in tech to meet the demand is basically people who are on the customer side of the projects. They have had exposure, and they are getting those jobs. Customers are hiring people from the consulting firms who are doing this, of course. So everyone's getting a lot of high salaries, right? Because they are the only 1% talent in demand. So if you want to become that 1% talent, is like, it's everyday job. It's how you are a super user, how you adapt and take the lead in that process, how you make a best practice process in your area. Or if a new project comes, always be the first one to learn it. Or a new technology. And people also enroll to courses, right? On your own, if you want to enrich your career, go and enroll for courses. Like you've come here. It's really good, right? You have made an investment in your career. You took out time from your office and you came to learn, or you came to at least expand your horizon and learn something, or if nothing else, hear a different perspective. So you start from here, and you will find opportunities. So a lot of the hiring is happening from customer. Like I'm telling you, my own journey is that I was at a customer, I didn't even know procurement, didn't know tech. I am an economics honors graduate. I didn't know any of this stuff. But I got into it, and then once you get into it, there was no looking back. You just grabbed each opportunity with both hands, and even if you don't know something, you can learn it, right? You can learn on the fly and then deliver it. So this is, I think, like US procurement people are the most fortunate people because you will have maximum opportunities. Even as procurement people, you have more opportunities to travel the world than salespeople. Salespeople are just doing sales in the region that they are defined. If they are global sales, even then they have regional salespeople and they have the local salespeople. They don't travel as much as the procurement people. Procurement people are managing the spend themselves, but procurement people have a real opportunity to travel because of their nature of job. And also when you become a consultant, you will travel the world. So I'm not really trying to convert you to become a consultant, but I'm just saying the building blocks are simple. You are working in a process, you are working in a domain, you learn that domain, then it is very unlikely that you just know the domain, but you don't know the technology in it. So it takes you no time. Learn the process first, learn the tech. Tech will keep changing, right? Tech is just the enabler. And then if you could be still working for your own company, but if if you are becoming a domain expert, you are in a position to start to contribute to other companies, to other people. You could be a trainer, you could be a consultant driving change for many other companies, then that's what you would feel like doing. Or let's say you have driven the change in your company, you elevate yourself, you will get more opportunities to grow in your own company as well. So yeah, I'm taking this a bit far from the transformation, but really the transformation is this simple knowledge transfer. So try to learn as much and try to share as much knowledge because that will help the adoption and ultimately the business case. So Anna, where are we on time? The coffee break is at 12. Okay, so we are good. Okay, right, so we covered this. Now let's come to the actual numbers. What are the typical numbers? So very high level, this process that you saw in green and blue and the procurement side and the supplier side, the buyer side and the supplier side, what are the typical savings? So I'm just giving you again a simple Ariba example. You have savings. If you are a new company who has not done digital procurement before and now are digitizing processes, you will save probably in double digits. If you are a mature company already doing digital, you will probably save in other ways, but you will probably not immediately realize double-digit savings. If you want to still realize double-digit savings as a mature company, you will have to look at innovation. You will have to look at what's the latest innovation. And this is, for me, every day as a consultant, this is what I am looking for. I am seeing what is the latest innovation out there. What is a disruption? Can I create a disruption in my industry? Can I invent something? And these are the entrepreneurs, right, who invent something and they disrupt the world. Somebody invented that Bumble app and it became a hit, right? And somebody invented whatever, Uber, all these are examples, right? People just are inventing something. I mean, they get to invention. How do you get to that stage? You will normally get to that stage when you are looking for something that the world doesn't have. So you are already, you know the process, you know beyond a point. I mean, half the time when I'm thinking of something, and then I look up the net and I find it's already there. So then it's no more, it's just that I was unaware of it. But then there will be a point when you are an expert. So that's why I was saying, understand the whole landscape. When you understand what is out there, then you know, okay, we need to go beyond it for something else to create that disruption. So that's the other end of it. But anyway, back to the simple thing, 1 to 8% is possible with just for on an average. You implement a system, you will realize savings like these. If you're an immature company, you get to double digits also because you're doing it first time. And then also the different levers, right? So per transaction, if you are doing paper-based transactions versus digital transactions, you will save a lot of money doing the same thing digitally. Because imagine if really I had paper floating around. Collectively as a company, let's say Anna spent 10 minutes on it, and you spent 10 minutes. Collectively as a company, I wasted a whole man hour on something. If the same 5 people could be on collaboration on one simple Teams or some app, and it's in 2 minutes, it's a decision in 2 minutes. So that itself gives you that. So this is just a simple example where collaboration tools or these digital tools are helping you save per transaction. Another simple example, like we were talking yesterday, if the supplier is able to just give you a quote back from the system, from your request, or give you order confirmation, you're not picking up the phone calling the supplier, and suppliers also not pick the phone. I mean, suppliers are also people, they're on the go. So when you enable business on the go on mobile apps, this is what it happens, that you can do many things. But if I have to take half an hour out to talk to you, then that thing will not happen for 2 weeks. But if on the go I can just click one button on my mobile, those things will happen, right? So this is what technology is doing. So you save in the different levers, you also save per transaction a lot of money. Now also we are hitting the boundaries of this. Sometimes if you are just doing outsourcing, this is what Kritika was talking to you about yesterday, right? So in source to pay, if you are, so I'll give you a simple example. There's a big company, they outsource their invoice processing to China. They got to a point where it was like, okay, let's say $1 per invoice or something, whatever value they got to. But they got to a point, it was not humanly possible to deliver more. And I happened to interview that outsourced team, and they were so sad. They were basically not motivated, exhausted, because those are people working very hard, but they're doing manual work. They are literally, there was no incentive for them beyond that. They were, absolutely getting to the thresholds of what is humanly possible. Thank you. So the only way they could do something better was if they had a better system. So that's also the other thing with transaction. If you're looking at outsourcing something because it's cheaper than, let's say, using a UK resource or a European resource, you want to outsource it to a lower cost country, right? That's labor arbitrage. You can save some money. But beyond a point, if you want to save money, you need to have a better process or a more automated process, right? So again, on this point, what is happening is there was a time where you are outsourcing, and of course, those people are also on systems. Like a lot of work gets outsourced to India and China, but it's running on systems. So it's fine. But now, with what is happening now with, and we'll cover this in artificial intelligence part, but just because we're talking here on it, there is something called as a Cognified Bpo. So people earlier were outsourcing. Now companies have started to insource back because they have built these chatbots. I think you must have seen chatbots in your interaction with a lot of your companies that you're dealing with. So what do you think those companies are doing? Those companies basically earlier had agents sitting in India, sitting in Philippines, sitting in China or other places. Now, they don't need those people, at least to do that first level thing. A chatbot does that. So that chatbot is probably taking away the need of having 4 or 5 people. So it's even, it's eliminating a transaction cost, right? So that is what it is. So, so you save on transaction costs like that. And then you also are purely doing compliance. You're doing, the technology is enabling you to do something, so you're saving money. And then if you look at on the supplier side, what's the good thing? So what was happening before was suppliers typically, when you had paper-based systems or you don't have good systems, companies are not able to pay their suppliers on time. forget the payment term. They're not in control of the payment term. They're just not paying their suppliers on time because they're inefficient, or their accounts payable departments are swamped with work, or their approvals are manual, or something or the other. Their processes are such that you're not paying suppliers on time. I don't know how many of you sitting here are not paying their suppliers on time just because of inefficiency. Can you relate to it? Yeah? That's okay. If you are just waiting on payment term and not paying them till the payment term, is fine. But if you are just not able to pay a supplier because of inefficiencies, then that is really the experience supplier is getting from you. Yeah, yeah.
And people lost big opportunity because of the payment delay.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They have tendency to delay payment. They just have tendency to delay payment to enhance the cash flow, not because
Yes.
of inefficiency.
Yes, but now I'll turn it around like an opportunity for you. So I'll give you an example. Like, let's say it's the same thing. You are, let's say, an inefficient company and it took you 30 days to pay, but you're happy because 30 days is, you have the cash flow anyway. So you're like, it doesn't matter to you. But on the other hand, let's say I'm a company and I have a whole P2P system and I have this touchless invoicing we talked about yesterday. So I am on day one instantly ready. I also still have the 30-day payment term, so I can pay them after 30 days. But because I'm ready to also have that, one click of a button, I can see what is my optimization opportunity here. I can tell my suppliers and say, I'm ready to pay you now, but give me 2% discount. So you will not have that opportunity if you are inefficient.
Department responsibility or procurement also responsible?
No,
It's a question.
Because procurement departments is mostly doing negotiating the term.
No, no, sorry, I didn't clear my question maybe. I mean, who's responsible, okay, about the cash flow?
Finance.
Okay.
Finance.
Account, yes, I mean, it's
Yeah.
account or procurement share this responsibility.
Procurement is just wise about it, but finance for them is really a true KPI to make sure that they manage the cash flow.
Thank you. This is
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I want. Thank you.
So, but now you look at it from the supplier side. Would a supplier like to do business with someone that does not have a digital process or with someone who has a digital process? So, again, there are many examples all over the world, but I'll give you an example from America. The same supplier who needed 10 people to run a business, a small business, once they started to have the supplier portals like this Ariba, with lesser people, they could do more business. And I really think you can tell me why now, because you can think of the whole process, which I'll show you here. Instead of people calling me on phone, me coming for a meeting to get a business deal done, now things are happening digital from supplier side, from the customer side. Customer is paying me on time or has the ability to pay me on time. Because this customer versus that customer is different and this customer is digital, I would probably extend him some discount, do more business. So most of these suppliers, they suddenly found themselves that they could do a lot more business being digital. And that's why, I mean, US is the #1 market, is the most advanced market for, in most industries they are advanced, but in procurement, surely they are most advanced because they understand this, right? The how much automation and tools can help. And so they do a lot more, they earn a lot more. Average salaries, they earn a lot more as well, right? Why? Because it's the whole system that they are able to earn more because they go for the automation first. I think in Middle East, you are getting the adoption a few years later. This is another thing that we are trying to change is that something in Middle East, the emerging tech in Middle East should come now. not 2 years after it's been in Europe or it's been in the US. So this is, so suppliers started to see that change, and suppliers can see a revenue increase, they can offer you discounts, and since they save time, they genuinely save time. So if you're going to make me run around 10 times for something, I will factor that into my cost. But if you're going to make it easy for me, if my cost of sales is lower, then obviously you can even get a better price from me, right? So as procurement people, you need to think like that as well. The more you enable technology and make the experience easier for others, you will leverage better commercials anyway. And you will take your supplier along. So now let's come to the actual values, and then we'll take a break. So this is again an example of how much you can save. So if you're doing a project, an average company would save 5 to 6% from their source to pay implementation. This 5-6% is broken down into the different value levers we talked about. So if you're sourcing, let's say you already have sourced before as procurement managers, you have a contract, but you're now introducing e-sourcing. You will save 3-4% on top of that. You could, on average. But if you are, let's say, you never did sourcing before, and it's a new spend. Like I'll give you an example of a retail company in London. They are very premium. They're like premium retail for clothes. Now they never had done sourcing for all the TVs and the monitors and other things they got in their office for their facilities. When they did the event the first time, and they implemented the sourcing tool, and they did this as their first event, and they got savings to actually cover the whole project. So in the first go. So it's very easy, right? So then you realize double-digit saving. When you've not addressed that spend previously and you're doing it first time, you can get a lot more saving. And then on P2P side, the savings is on transactions, compliance, and on basically the efficiency side, right? Even in invoicing, there are many areas, again, processing costs and discounts coming from yourself, from supplier. And then, again, it's basically efficiency, and other things are compliance saving, and other things are, of course, cost reduction. Okay, so with that, we can take a break now. And now what's the time? 11:30, right? So we have, as per schedule, we can either take a break early, because we have a lot of topics to cover today anyway. So you guys want a break now, or already start the next topic? We can take a break, I think. Yeah, so let's take a break. So for people watching online, we will be back after 15 minutes.
you sure you have sensitive skin? Are you sure we're a
dear guests. Right now, I would like to introduce you our partner, Ratchet, from Evalua.
Thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Hope you had a good break. I can see some haven't finished yet. So, as Anna said, I'm Rashid. I'm from Evalua. I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you to Insight Plum for the invite. This is a great honor to be in front of such procurement leaders or future procurement leaders. And let's maybe start with a quick question. I wasn't there yesterday. So I'll stay here for the camera. I'll keep the microphone like this. I wasn't here yesterday, but you all know that it was Valentine's Day. But I'm trying to catch up here, and I think Mayank earlier today asked if some of you, thank you, were using software providers. And unfortunately, I was online, so I couldn't see your hands up. I will ask the question again. Who in this room is using a software provider for its source-to-pay processes? Okay, few people are using. Okay, we discuss together. How is your relationship with your provider today? Number 1, number 2, or number 3? Or maybe number 0 for those who don't have a software provider yet, right? So, did you know that 82% of leaders regret their marriage? Do you agree with that? Some said yes. Well, let's finish the sentence. 82% of leaders regret their marriage with their spend management technology. And I think, Mayank, you covered lots of content already. I'll try not to repeat that much. But of course, we see very often people who are sometimes stuck with a solution that they have chosen because of specific context, maybe urgency to implement a solution, I don't know, for RFQ, for example, not planning enough in advance on the strategy and on the full process, maybe budget constraint, Mayank was mentioning that this morning also, which leads to sometimes solutions where you cannot do more than what you have started with. And this is a very serious study here. These 82% leaders regret their spend management technology choice. It's research from Forrester. And you can see here different elements that make these people regret their spend management technology choice. The first one is adoption. And we could spend 1 hour talking about adoption. It means lots of things. Adoption by internal users. How do you make sure your users are happy to use your tool that you are implementing? Is it user-friendly? Is it covering the whole process? Or do you need sometimes to go back manual and then to come back on the tool and it doesn't talk to the to some of the modules and so on? We can talk, of course, about adoption by suppliers. If you implement a technology to digitalize your source-to-pay process, of course, it will involve your suppliers. You will need to collaborate with them, send them an RFQ, or ask them to register, and you will interact in a different areas with the suppliers. And if you don't make it easy for the suppliers to use, if you have barriers to adoption, like supplier fees, hard technology, or complexity in the solution, it will not make your ROI, right? So adoption is really, really important. We can push it a little bit to a certain extent to adoption of new talents. I think this has been a topic as well, like how companies can attract talents in their procurement departments. If you use old technologies with ugly screens and you try to attract like young talents, sometimes it's difficult. They are at home using all these applications that you all know that are very user-friendly, that are that you don't need any training for, and you put them in front of an ugly ERP screen. So how would they react to that? So these are important things to take into account. The other one is scalability. And again, as I mentioned, you can start small and you want to grow. You are acquiring other companies. You want to cover more processes. This is definitely something you need to take into account while implementing a software solution. Data integration. This is something that sometimes is overlooked, but definitely the IT team has to be involved in the early stages to discuss about the integration topics. Sometimes I have seen projects where the solution has not been implemented, was not able to be implemented because of integration problems between ERP and the software provider. So this is something that has to be looked at. Also, sometimes companies have big organizations. You have different ERPs, different systems in-house sometimes, which require integration. So this is a point where you need to pay attention. And the last one here in this slide is agility. What does agility mean? We talk a lot about best practices. So some software providers come and tell you, this is the best practice and this is what we recommend you to implement. And you follow, you say, okay, I want to do the best practice, I'll do it. But after you want to add a field in a screen, you want to change the workflow because your organization changed. And you want to add a new approval level in the workflow. Most of the time you are stuck, as I said at the beginning. You are stuck with your provider, you have to call them, I need to change, I need to add this field, and they will come with some limitations. They will tell you, some providers, software providers, they are limited to 20 fields. 20 fields is just an address block. So if you put your address, it's 20 fields already. So this kind of limitation push companies to do compromises. So, okay, we'll change a little bit that, and we will change our organization to fit the software. And it should not work like this, right? The software has to provide best practices to start, have a quick start, but as well it has to be agile to meet with your requirements, evolving requirements. And we all know that everything is changing around us. Many reasons, technology, legal, crisis, sanitary crisis, anything. So people need agility. I'll talk a little bit more about Ivalua, because this is why I'm here, and some of the differentiators of the Ivalua solution. I'll start with the first one here, complete unified suite. So Ivalua is a source-to-pay software provider, 20 years old, and we have a complete unified suite to cover the whole source-to-pay process. Unified suite means single code, single database. Everything has been developed in-house. We see lots of providers in the market who grew up through acquisitions. So they can be specialists in, let's say, upstream, like sourcing. But then they also need to do P2P, invoicing, and so on. And their customers are asking them, okay, we started with sourcing with you. Now we want to do more. We want to do P2P. What do you offer? So these companies, they have to develop their technologies. And most of the time, they just acquire other technologies. And they try to integrate them, and then they tell, oh, yes, we cover everything. We cover the source-to-pay process, yes. They'll tell you, okay, but start with sourcing. Next year, we'll see for P2P. So next year, you are ready for P2P. You come back to them and say, okay, now I want to do P2P. They'll tell you, okay, we'll do a demo, and here is how it looks like. And I say, oh, it's not the same user interface. It's different, because sometimes it's different technology. So having a unified suite is very important, especially to have the modules talking to each other. So when you have an RFP, for example, you award a supplier, you want the system to create a template of contract. So you continue the process in a smooth way with one single solution, right? This is one key differentiator of Ivalua, because the company grown organically. I'll come back to the rapid time to value, and I already touched base on that. It's the ability to come with best practices, pre-packaged solutions to make an impact, a quick impact, and start a project, and then develop the functionalities and tailor it to the customer need, which requires flexibility to grow. Cloud convenience TCO. iValua is a cloud solution. We are a multi-instance solution. This is a bit differentiating from the competitors because all of our customers have their own instance of the solution. So it brings much more flexibility. We do not stuck our customers to our roadmap. And if we have a new version of iValua, every customer can use to upgrade with its own agenda. We are not pushing that. And most of the cloud solutions, sometimes they just upgrade and everybody has to upgrade. And sometimes you are not ready. It requires change management and so on. iValua has been recognized as a leader by Gartner and Forrester, and I'll come back to it right after. So all these elements help us to get one of the highest customer retention rate in the market, 98%. We have customers having working with iValua for more than 20 years. And some of the analysts like Forrester, they say that iValua is one of the single providers in the market who can help you start somewhere and go everywhere in the source to pay landscape. Any questions? Please tell me if I start to be boring. Here is the some of the reports from the analysts, Gartner and Forrester. Of course, iValua is not the only provider in the market. There are plenty of others, and I've heard some names. Even during the break, we're talking with people using different technologies. Happy or unhappy is another topic. But here, if you, I don't know if you can read it easily, at least the circled one is iValua. So you see that iValua has been recognized as a leader in all the different areas of the source-to-pay process. And this is exactly to come back to the point I was telling, that iValua is a fully integrated solution covering the full source-to-pay process. In every single flavor of the source-to-pay process, we have been recognized as a leader. So our solution is strong in the different parts. So I'll quickly translate these ones. The first one is P2P. The second one is contract lifecycle management. Third one, supplier relationship and performance management, source to contract, e-procurement. Every time iValua has been recognized as a leader for many consecutive years. These are the Boeing slides. We are covering, I think, the globe here with different offices. I'm personally based in Dubai. We work with big companies here. One of our customers is the Ministry of Finance in Dubai. And other customers in the region. Sorry. As I'm coming to the conclusion, this is just to summarize the offer of iValua, because I didn't start with that on purpose, but just to summarize, these are the modules that have been developed in-house by iValua, covering from supplier risk and performance up to spend analytics, with sourcing, contract management, e-procurement, invoicing, payments in the middle. Everything on a single unified platform. And for those who want the slides, I can share with you my business card afterwards and share the slides with you. I see people taking pictures, so I can share this content with you. Pleasure. Yeah, thank you, Mayank. So it will be shared by Insight Plum. This also just to highlight again the capability to come with best practices and quick deployment packages. We often see that customers, they come and say, oh, how much time does it need to implement your solution? Sometimes it takes 12 months to get a solution properly implemented. But people want to go fast, and this is we can start with very standard solution out of the box. Like for sourcing, we can implement a sourcing solution in 4 weeks. But there is absolutely no customization. But some customers want to do that, so this is fine. But don't take these figures as as a guarantee, every customer is different, but definitely there is a possibility to go fast for those who want to go fast. The most important is to keep in mind your vision, what you want to implement, how you see the source to pay process in your company, and to be ready to make yourself ready for the future. Some of the companies who are using Ivalua, we mostly started in the financial services. So our first customer was a bank. It's not the easiest ones to work with in terms of security, regulations, needs. But this is where we basically started, and then we grew up in different other industries. We are quite strong as well in the public sector because of the differentiators of Ivalua, the configurability, the multi-instance architecture, which are really appreciated by customers. Yeah, I won't spend more time on this one. And also, of course, we have an expanding ecosystem of partners. You see different logos here. Solution, so I said we are completely unified and in-house, single code solution, but we need to be open as well to the world. And there are many other technology providers in the market who are interesting, and we need to work with them to provide more value. It can be finance partners, such as TransferMate, DocuSign for those who electronically sign their contracts, and so on, which are technologies. We are agnostic, quite agnostic on the technologies, and we work on our customers' need. We have partners like Insight Plum who help us and who help our customers understand their need and provide the best solution for them. So when our partners think Ivalua is the best fit, then they call us. And if they think there is another solution which is the best fit, they just advise for another solution, which is the way we work together. To conclude, Ivalua is a software P2P provider which helps cover all spend. And I have, we signed recently a customer in Jordania. It's called Hikma Pharmaceuticals. This is a very nice company, by the way, because it started in the Middle East, a family-owned business, and it grew up all over the world. We are very proud to be their provider. We have been shortlisted with some of the leaders in the market for the source to pay, and they realized at the very last steps that a big part of their spend was direct spend. When they started, they didn't pay attention to that, but at the end they said, oh, I don't want to say figures, but a large portion of their spend was direct spend. And who was the only one able to correctly handle the direct spend? Ivalua. So on top of all our other differentiators, we're able to tell them, with the other providers, you will only cover the indirect spend, which is a minor part of your spend. So does it make sense for you or not? So all spend is important. Capex, complex services, direct spend, indirect, of course, etc. All suppliers, I didn't start singing yet. All suppliers is also coming back to the first point of adoption. You need to think about your suppliers as a whole. You have, of course, strategic big suppliers who do lots of business with you, who can accept to do some, efforts to use your technology, to use your tools. Sometimes with other providers, some big suppliers, they are forced and they agree to pay because they have big business with you, so they do it. But you also have lots of small suppliers, and we see that the supply chains are moving a lot. And we are not tied with a supplier like 20 years ago. You work with the same supplier for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. It's not the case anymore. And this is why our solutions are more and more used, because people, they want to do quick bids, have flexibility in their supply chain. So you also need to think about the smaller suppliers who are agile and bring them with a technology which will help them stay agile. So this is very important. And lower all the barriers that you can have with your suppliers. If you ask your suppliers to pay, to use your tool, you will have problems afterwards. They will not want to use it, some will use it, some will not. So you need to do your research to make sure that the solution you implement is suited for your suppliers. And also, we spoke already about internal users. No compromises. What does it mean? I talked about agility. If you have a new organization or different levels in your organization and you want to reflect that in the software, what if the software cannot do it? You will need to do compromises. If you want to add a field and the software providers tell you, oh, we cannot add the field now, but maybe in 2-3 months we can have a look at it and so on. You will need to make compromises. And iValua really helps remove the compromises because we give the flexibility to our customers. We have a design mode in iValua where our customers themselves, of course they need to be trained for that because it requires a little bit more skills. And by the way, we have 1,000 plus than 1,000 certified people who sell iValua, who implement iValua, and who can make configuration and so on. So we empower our customers to do some of the small adjustments by themselves, changing a workflow, adding a field. And as we are a unified suite, if you add a field, then you can filter on it, you can use it on the workflow, etc., etc. As I said, very happy to be here. Thank you very much for your attention. You have my contact details here. I can share my business card for those who want to discuss a little bit more about the market, the solutions. I spent a few years in the software industry. Also work like Mayank with Ariba, for example, a couple of years. So I'll be happy to share some of the experience I may have grabbed from different projects. And definitely, I think the conclusion is that software is very important. The solution you use is very important. It has to not limit yourself, so it has to allow you to be flexible, agile, and so on. But at the end of the game, people are very important as well. So you need to train to keep learning about the new technologies and the new processes, etc. And if you love procurement, we are a perfect match. Thank you. This is my conclusion. Thank you, Mayank.
Thank you very much, Rachid, for representing Insight Plum and coming here. So yes, like you heard from Insight Plum, they are one of our innovation partners. They're an emerging tech partner. So whenever you have an opportunity, you're going through digital transformation, or you want to consider software vendors, keep Insight Plum and iValua in mind, as I think they are one of the reason we partnered with iValua is because they're definitely one of the prominent, Rashid showed you in the Magic Quadrant. You are rated 1 in some areas, or you're in the top, you're in the Magic Quadrant, of course, right? You're in the top 3. Yeah, so among the leaders definitely in this space. Yeah, so thank you very much for coming. And if I may ask, Amr, you want to talk about your experience in the technology implementation from the customer side? Then we can hear from you. Yeah. No, you can come up on stage. You want to talk about your experience? Yeah, because we were talking before when we were implementing, and then we were talking through implementation practices, and then iValua came and presented, and now definitely hear from you as a customer how you went through the implementation and the challenges. So please, the mic is yours, and feel free to be here.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Hazem Said speaking. I work in indirect procurement in Schneider Electric, managing the whole indirect procurement for Middle East and Africa. And we have been into transformation journey using Coupa, which is one of the competitor of iValua. So we had a lot of challenges in the implementation and change management. And the reason for that is when you deploy a new tool you have to analyze the expectations of the implementation. And one of the challenges that we had is that usually when the project management team is implementing the new tool, they don't take into consideration the needs of all stakeholders involved. So one of the challenges that we had, for example, that we are talking about P2P tool, is that there is other parties involved, mainly with finance. So one of the experience that we faced is the tax treatment, for example. So when we are talking about tax treatment, the tool has some limitations when we are talking about zero tax treatment or 5% tax treatment or export activities, things like that usually created a problem. And the tool is not showing tax treatment while the invoice is showing tax treatment. So this kind of things created a resistance in the management, and when we reached the go, no-go decision, sometimes we had to delay the project for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months until we sort out this kind of problems. So from my experience, my advice, if you are going to implement a new tool, is that you need to create a focus group that is involving all internal stakeholders, not only procurement function, not only IT, but also involve whoever involved in the process. The second thing is that take the time needed to test the tool itself. So create a focus group, do your user acceptance testing, and don't put the time limitation as a pressure on you to deploy the tool. Because the faster you deploy the tool, the more that you will face problems after deployment. So take your time, check the tool, check the anomalies, check the errors, and then when you feel confident that it's the right time to go live, then go live. The third point is when you are deploying a tool that is going to work with your ERP system, make sure that everything is working fine, synchronization is happening live, and there is no problems when we are talking about the link between the local ERP and the tool. The third point is when you are checking the requirements, always get a feedback from users. Because if you are not taking your feedback from the users, most probably that you will land with a tool that creates a lot of problem and then resistance after. And then people will say, what's in it for me? Why you are using this tool? So this is the main issues that we face, and then we learned from our mistakes, and when we implemented the new tool, Coupa, we decided to give the right time. And as you say that it could take like 12 months in deployment, this is right, because I have been sitting with a lot of friends from different companies, and some of them were saying that we need to deploy a new tool and we need to deploy it in 6 months only. Yes, could be achievable, but we will spend the rest of the year fixing the problems. So it's better to do it right first time. This is my feedback, and thank you very much. Thank you.
So that was Amar from PepsiCo sharing his experience of when they did implementation. And they implemented pretty much one of the top tools, but still, if you don't do it right, this is exactly what we were talking in the first session, right? All the things we need to take into consideration. It makes all the difference. Otherwise, a good software also cannot help you. Okay? So great. So now, as per schedule, we have 12. So we are a few minutes ahead of time, but that's okay. So let's talk about talent amplification. So Adi, can I have you on stage? And we have a guest, Priyank. Can I ask you as well, please, to come on stage? So Adi, you know, he's our co-founder and chief talent officer. Priyank is, I'll introduce him. He is a PhD. He's a professor at Ashoka University. He's one of the founders of Ashoka University, and here with us. He's had a long career in HR as well. So we're just going to sit and talk a bit around the talent amplification, and I'm just going to really ask some. We're just going to have an informal talk, really. So, guys, you both have obviously been in HR roles, and you've seen talent transformation, and you're seeing talent firsthand, right? So, let me start with you first, Adi. You were managing for Ernst & Young. How did you approach talent transformation in general in the practice? You were leading the tech practice.
Yeah, I mean, and yesterday in my keynote, I was just talking about stressing more on the skills, right? So what so happens in the organizations, so the on-the-job learning is heavy, right? So the talent start learning on the job. And on-the-job learning, most of the times is very much limited to the tools, technology, and the process, what they practice. So this is over a period of time, make somebody who's within the shell not able to get themselves exposed to what's happening in the industry, right? So in my earlier roles, so the one thing what we wanted to do was always, how do we keep up the talent more informed so that they understand what is happening from the industry, right? So they get to know the overall industry perspective. So this is most of the times the corporates do miss this, Mayank, right? So even in our talent services, one of the things which we really want to drive for partners is that how do we amplify your talent? How do we get your talent more value added things in terms of what they perform? So today, let's say, somebody was talking about the implementation experience. So they learn from the failures. Unless they have not been exposed to what is happening in the industry, they might end up in continue to learn from the failures, but it's very important to see what is happening from the industry perspective as well, so that they know the holistic approach, right? So that is becoming very vital in the market, and sadly there's very less opportunity for the talent in the market who can learn from this perspective. So the one thing what we are trying to do with Insight Plum Talent Services is to drive the agenda of something where they can learn the holistic perspective, which is not limited only to the on-the-job learning.
That's right. But I want to understand also from EY what you were doing to retain the talent or to give them this skills to actually be successful in the practice.
Yeah, millennials, right? So this set of people really very, very aspirant. So they want to learn what is behind their jobs. So in EY, so one thing which we were driving was, luckily I was part of the implementation team. So we were able to give the holistic perspective as how the SAP can be implemented, right? So there's a project team, there's a solution architect, but we were like very inclusive. So we had the whole team working together, doing the solution architect. We were able to uplift them. So we were able to be very inclusive. And so that is one thing which the team was always looking forward for. How can they learn on the job, and how can they be more of implementation? Like usually what will happen is that you have the project manager, you have the project team. So it is so very well limited within that community, right? So but when we were doing it, we wanted to be very inclusive. So we had everybody involving. When we were designing the procurement KPIs, right? So we did not design it within the leadership team. We were like on the ground talking to everybody, taking their perspective, what should be your KPI, right? So you tell me from your perspective how your performance should be measured, right? So this makes the talent very involving, right? So I mean, for throughout the 1.5 years of implementation phase, we had zero attrition, and that's just because of the reason we were inclusive. The entire talent team were, the entire project team, the people who were involved in all the decision making, right? So I think it is very important for organizations to be very inclusive, take your talent together, involve them in all the phases so that they feel they are valued.
And thank you for that. And from, did you already source trained talent, or did you train them at EY in the practice? How did you make them consultants, or were they already consultants?
So this actually went in two folds, right? So it is today, the matter of the fact is that very difficult to source for the right talent from the industry, right? So the training on the very specific topics and getting the talent from the market who already has the prerequisite skills is not so easy, right? So we were really struggling in the beginning to pick the right candidate, and we got the potential individuals who can be trained, right? So we had a combination of both, right? So we got the candidates of, from external who already carrying some experience, and couple of them we took them on the internship, we trained them, we ensured that they, like they get to learn, they become the architects. Today, I mean, like I had around 15 of the individuals whom we hired for this role who absolutely came with no experience of this. They are really doing well. I mean, so that's the impact of the training, right? So that's how you can really empower, and the combination, sometimes you pick the right candidate with the right attitude, we give them the training, they can cope up. And this is missing in the industry, where we really channelize the talent into the right direction, pick them for the attitude, train them on the skills, they will become the future.
Thank you, Adi. Now we'll switch to Priyank. Priyank, you are a professor, you teach entrepreneurship, and of course you've had a long career in HR as well. And I know Priyank has done lectures around the world. How do you teach entrepreneurship to, I guess your classes, again, mostly young people, right? How do you teach them entrepreneurship? And I mean, I don't want to say why, but they haven't really learned, I mean, they're straight out of college, right?
Sure,
How do you approach
sure.
this?
No, I get your question. So thanks, Mayank. Thanks for putting this together, and thanks for having me here. Let me share a little perspective with you. I come from a slightly different background of not coming from the domain of procurement, but having worked in HR, and then as an entrepreneur, and now more from an academic standpoint, what we are delivering to our students in the classroom. So there are two elements to your question, Mayank. One is, why we teach them entrepreneurship, what's the value for that, and why should you as a recruiter value what we are teaching them inside the classroom. One of the cores that we are talking about today in the classroom is not that entrepreneurship is about creating ventures and starting up and doing something on your own, but the core being you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset. The mindset to create something new within any organization, any job that you're working in, including being a homemaker. So a lot of people come to us and say, hey, you know what, I'm going to be inheriting a family business, and I don't think I need to learn all this big, terminologies that you're teaching me. And I said, don't worry about it. Even if you're inheriting a business, even if you're not planning to work and just be at home and be a good parent, you need to be entrepreneurial in everything that you do. And that's one role that so many of us play, being a parent and not learning the power of entrepreneurship in that role. So I want to just sort of demystify this whole entrepreneurship education and call it a life skill today. Now, one of the things that really lies as responsibilities of great recruiters and team leaders like many of you in this room is that you're able to harness this whole entrepreneurial talent after they graduate out of school and college or wherever they come to you from. Because while we teach them to be entrepreneurial, in the classroom moves from a college building to the office, to your institutions and corporations, and more importantly, your teams. So as team leaders, are you really creating a culture of providing ideas, taking risks, problem solving, and more importantly, being innovative in every small thing that they're doing? Very often entrepreneurship education, innovation is sort of seen in the context of big things, right? Large things. We've actually also demystified that again to make it micro. Every small thing matters. Many of you who are from India would understand this word. It's called jugaad. Jugaad essentially is a state of mind which is about solving the problem with the least amount of resources possible. And we're able to implement that as a mindset in our students. So, Mayank, to answer your question, it's a long answer to a short question, but we do need to create a life skill called the entrepreneurial mindset, the problem-solving mindset. And that's what we want to bring about in our students.
No, thank you for answering that. So just a leading question to that. So mostly the students graduating, are they straight heading to be entrepreneurs, or what kind of, how do they proceed from university?
Sure, a lot of them want to become entrepreneurs, but given the challenges of the world of entrepreneurship, a lot of them want to take that experience from larger organizations or work for other entrepreneurs, gain the competencies that are required, and then come back and start up. But having said that, Mayank, one of the things again we're saying is that entrepreneurship doesn't mean that it should be your organization that you start. Working in an entrepreneurial setup or an entrepreneurial team is as entrepreneurial as being your own sort of founder of your own organization. And that's the core that we are encouraging our students to take away from the classroom.
No, that's a key point. I think that's a key differentiator, and that's what I've been saying the last 2 days to the class here, that procurement people, procurement professionals, their skills, of course, are so diverse that they are, in many ways, they are entrepreneurial as well. They have to be, right? Their life skills, just by being virtue of being in a procurement job, you are already much wider in skill than you realize you are. So, yeah, thank you very much for answering that.
May I add a little bit to what Adi was talking about earlier? One of the things that Adi talked about was that we need to provide very, very powerful on-the-job training and create sort of opportunities for them to learn. Let me flip that around a little bit and give you a perspective, both as a teacher and also as many of you as parents in this classroom. We are teaching our students today in a college education, in a college environment, skills and competencies that we think or we believe will be valid for a 50-year-long career. Now, how foolish can that be? That you're teaching today and we're expecting them to be relevant for the next 50 years. It's not going to happen, guys. It's not going to happen. You guys know this. You guys are technologists. You know how quickly you get irrelevant with the skills and competencies that you bring to the table. And the students realize this. Everybody understands this really, really well. So if you're not in a team with a boss, with a leader, with a mentor who is recognizing that they need to provide a learning platform, being a continuous learner, you're not going to be happy in that team. You're not going to be able to give the best to that team. And so this whole sort of transformation from saying, I'm in a job, I'm going to be doing that job for like maybe next 10, 20 years is no longer there. They want to be in a job which is going to keep them relevant. So if you ask me today, what's the biggest challenge for young professionals who are graduating, it is their need to be relevant to what the market values as hot skills. And then as long as you can create an opportunity in your organizations to give them those hot skills and keep them relevant, you've got them going and you'll be able to retain them and you'll be able to amplify them, as the slide says, you know, how do you really amplify that talent? So I think that's really, really the core. I had a very interesting conversation when I was recruiting with one person, and you know, and some of you may have heard a similar story about this person who came to me and said that I've been in this job for the last 17 years. And I try to look at his resume and I try to figure out what he's done, which gives me the power to say that he's done the job powerfully enough for 17 years. He had done the same job again and again and again and again for 17 years, which means that he had done his first year 17 times over. Now you realize what that means in today's world. It means that these people, the young talent, they realize they're scared of this situation. They don't want to become obsolete. They don't want to have a resume where they would have done the same job 6 years later. They'll say, oh, have you done the same job? Do you have 6 years of experience, or do you have 1 year of experience 6 times over? That's what you have to be conscious of and get them away from, so that you're able to give them an environment where this learning and this, you know, the power of saying I've done 6 different types of roles in a 6-year job, or 6 different experiences have come to me in that 6-year job. It's not easy. It's not easy because, you know, at the end of the day, every job has a certain amount of monotony, a certain amount of repetitive work, a certain amount of grunt work which needs to go on. I mean, somebody's got to do the dirty work in any organization, in any team, in every sort of challenge and task. So I think as long as you can supplement that with many other elements that you have around, you've got enough to amplify your talent.
Thank you very much for that.
I mean, I just want to give a little bit of more perspective to what Priyank was mentioning, right? So yesterday we saw the industry perspective, right? So what industry has to tell about the talent amplification and the skills, etc. So that's exactly what even individuals in the industry are talking about too. So the major share of the talent do feel that if they do not get upskilled today, they will become irrelevant to what is going to happen in the industry tomorrow, right? So I mean, so this is not just particular to the procurement. This is for any industry for that matter. The only way the talent can be amplified is by continuous learning and upskilling. This is the only way it can be sustained. And again, right, sustainability, how can we sustain anything is by continuous amplification, and amplification can happen through upskilling, right? So that's the only way.
So thank you both of you. I'll also share my experience on this topic, and that's why I chose to put myself here rather than anybody else. So I've been a capability leader the last decade with Capgemini and with IBM, and heading the European capability for almost the whole of the last 10 decades before I started Insight Plum. So my job, or the challenge to me, was basically how to clone myself with others. So like both of you said, so I had senior people. I had people who were, of course, in age and experience senior to me, and I also had absolutely freshers to deal with, actually, and also was spreading across 40 different countries, these people. So my challenge was, how do I continuously engage them, give them the skills, and actually grow the capability, and actually win in the market, since we needed to, of course, win business and deliver business, right? So the only formula that I found was that, yeah, you are definitely leading by example, but you are giving direction and an opportunity, but I mostly found that the learning has to come from within. You can give them just the direction and just continuously align the people, but other than that, they need to grab their opportunities. So the way I see things, and that's what I tell you, in procurement you will get many opportunities. When you grab your opportunities, you can really grow your career and grow through continuous learning. I mean, I've been a practice leader for the whole 10 years, but I tell you, I always did client delivery roles because each time I was current with technology because I was not sitting back, I was learning something. So, and each time a new technology came, so like in my whole career, especially I can tell you, I worked at the boom of when the dot-com boom came, I worked in a dot-com company. When the telecom boom was there, I worked in a telecom company. When the call center boom was there, I worked in a call center. And then so on. And then through the years, when technology came, I worked on-premise, I worked on cloud. And then when artificial intelligence hit the scene, I learned artificial intelligence as much as I could. And you will see in the session after lunch, we will talk in detail about artificial intelligence. But I wasn't taught any of this at school. And then I learned it, and I was actually giving a masterclass in Australia, and the people attending were the professors of universities on that subject. So, I felt like, they have conventionally, or they're teaching this in the universities, but I'm learning on the job. It was nothing to do with my KRA. It was nothing to do with somebody telling me to learn. So inside a big company, especially, working in IBM, and you worked in IBM, it was, you could do a 9-to-5 job, and you could absolutely define the pace of your career and have an excellent work-life balance. And you could also do as much as you wanted. So you could choose your own pace, you could set your own career. So that's at least the message that I want to give you here, that that's why this training is not just a training of teaching you or walking you through slides. It's really to share perspective with you on different dimensions, because it's how you then transform your career from this point onwards, right? So I think with that, any final words from both of you? Otherwise, this is really what we wanted to talk about. Yeah, good. So thank you. So I would definitely like you to thank both of them and have a round of applause for them.
Yeah, thanks, Mayank.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes, and then we start our most awaited panel of the day. So maybe we can already take the time to start you guys to come up and set up, and then we can do that. So, while they walk on stage, and we have our women panel come up, let me take a minute to introduce each one of them. And another chair is coming. Oh, that's for you. They already have 5. Okay. Are you able to watch each other, or you want to move around a bit? Yeah? You're good? Okay, good. So thank you very much for having for all of you to come here and take out time. Only women will be talking after this, so I will promise to shut up after 2 minutes. But I mean, women inspire other women, and women inspire everyone, right? Women are the homemakers, women are the creators, right? So these women will definitely hear them and talk about how they have made an enduring career, or we can learn from them on how to make an enduring career. So I'll let them speak, and let Victoria also introduce each one of them. So I will not do any introductions, but I'll let you go from here, and I'll be off the stage.
Thank you, Mayank. I would like to welcome you to this powerful session that brought together 5 women with leadership roles who will share with you their views on career, leadership, women, opportunities, work-life balance, and strength. My first guest is Nihad Seri. If you could applaud for her, please. Thank you. Nihad, you are a strategic finance executive with over 16 years of experience across top global FMCGs. A strategist who has successfully led business expansion, cost transformation projects, and operational consolidation across North America, Middle East, Africa, and Asia. Please, if I missed anything, tell us more about yourself.
More than enough, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Nihad, please tell me, what made you choose the career that you have now?
So just to sort of give everybody a background, I am a finance and accountant by trade. I chose the career, it actually chose me. From a very young age, I was very interested in math and sort of black and white and sense of things, and that's how finance found me. So it's not a really interesting story, I suppose.
And my next question for you is, what major choices, decisions you had to take in your career, maybe personal life / career?
I think one thing that I'll speak as a woman, we're very intuitive. This is something that we know by nature. And the most important things I've done in my career is when I was able to listen to that intuition and see what I needed to do. And more importantly is making decisions to change my own career and not leaving it in somebody else's hands. So I would say 3 of my roles that I've had in the last couple of years did not exist. I pitched them, I marketed them, and we created roles and divisions within companies based on opportunities that I've seen. So we're often used to a traditional career, especially in finance, you know, analyst, senior analyst, FP&A, and so forth. I think what's important is to step back and see what opportunities you see and how you can change your trajectory and not leave it in, you know, what's supposed to happen and what somebody else thinks that you need to do.
Thank you for sharing this with us. Okay. So my next guest is Meg Harbour. Please, applause for her.
Thank you.
Meg, you are a well-experienced professional with over 15 years of solid working experience at the Fortune 500, global multinational organization across Europe, Middle East and Africa regions, masterfully handled business development, logistics, and global supply chain functions in the following sectors: oil and gas, constructions, healthcare, and luxury goods. Please, tell us more about yourself.
Oh my God, it sounds so good, you know? Yeah, like you, my career, I think that was destiny in supply chain, you know? And start with my mom. She implemented this to me. When I came back from school, I just passed by her shop. And all the time she found something to do for me. So all the time, you know, count the materials which we have, inventory, warehousing, sourcing, buying, and the most important, I think, customer management. This is what she implemented to me. But I didn't start my career in supply chain. I started in a telecommunication company. I remember that was a collection department, you know, when the people call you and they say, hello, this is how much you have to pay today, right? So, so yes, that's where I learned customer service, and then wasn't enough for me, because I am like a go-getter, more challenging. That's the me. I will just change, find environment which is good for me. So then I got another job offer in IT company, and that was completely different, not my sector. I didn't know what to do, but I know how to manage people, and I know how to close the project. So we did this with amazing team that time, and we closed everything before the deadline. Then after that, in the same company, I was asked if I can take over logistic position. In my very young age, I couldn't say no. Another opportunity, challenge, yes. I'm going to take it. I didn't know anything about logistics, but then warehousing, which my mom implemented to me, you know, the invoicing and all that kind of stuff in logistics. And I made it. And then I stayed in supply chain and loved it so much, but I was so bored in Poland. I said, no, another challenge. So I ended up in Africa, so for a few years. And then, you know, Africa, that is the place, was completely different culture. You know, in Poland, we Polish people, we work like 24 hours, and everything in Poland is for yesterday. It's like fast. So it was completely different environment for me in Africa, but I learned a lot, and I think the most important thing which I learned then was the patient. That was really, when it's raining, you have a day off. Absolutely, no one will come to the office, just it's raining. And then my sister came to Dubai, and after a few years in Africa, I decided that I would just come here and I will stay with my sister in this amazing place, right? And that was a great decision. I ended up in procurement, in oil and gas, another new sector, and that was funny because I know a lot about oil and gas. When I was 17, I was reading about it so much, and that was my actually, you know, a dream to work for Chevron, Halliburton, that kind of companies. And then, you know, all these years, I just completely forgot about it. And then when I came here, I sent my CV, and I got a job. And then, you know, be careful what you wish for, probably, in your life. But yeah, I think even, you know, when I started with procurement, I think we women especially, we have a great skills for that. We don't even know about it. Because it's so easy to spend someone's money. We know how to buy, you know, the things. When you look at it from the personal side, we women, if we want to buy something, we will dig so deep for the price and for the quantity, right? And this is what is the most important in procurement. And we want them to even deliver to us now, just in time. So that's how my career started in procurement, and I really love it. You know, I really love it, and I think we have a skills for that, woman, and that's where I am today.
Amazing. Meg, please.
More questions, all right?
I have one question. Please tell me, how was your path to success? Easy, difficult? How did you find it?
Nothing is easy in life, right? But I'm really go-getter, you know. I will put myself, if it's something difficult, then it's challenging, you know. You just go for it. You learn a lot, and you learn a lot about yourself as well, right? It is difficult. It is, trust me, because you don't get support from others that you want, usually. And I think there is always problem with communication, always. No matter where it is, if it is a private life, it's you know, the career, it's always a problem with communication. I think we people, we just have to work on that. So, but at the end, you just find solution, and then maybe then it's easier.
Thank you so much for sharing this. My next guest is Ankita.
Victoria.
Thank you. Ankita comes from a finance background, and currently she is financial manager at Insight Plum. Ankita, your past roles have been into investment banking, investor relations, business development finance, risk management, and corporate finance treasury. Please tell me more about yourself.
Yes, So my roles, have been into corporate finance, investment banking, investor relations, yeah. And here at Insight Plum, I'm working as a finance manager where I'm looking after the finance function and also at the investment side of the portfolio, yeah.
Ankita, please tell us how your finance skill set and experience are helping you in the procurement.
Sure. So basically, coming from finance background and now, working with Insight Plum, which is into procurement technology. So here, I'm able to understand various costs, like what goes into procurement, then value engineering, how it works, and basis my experience and skill set, I'm able to apply both, to my current role. And I'm actually getting into the procurement side of business, apart from, my finance background, yeah.
How's your journey so far?
So it's been great, since the time I've joined Insight Plum, every day is a new learning, a new challenge, yeah. I always wanted to join a startup and, it's like, being your own, it's more like running your own business, Earlier I was just confined to one domain of finance where I was, working under various branches of finance. But here at Insight Plum, I'm getting flavor of each and every department, how the business functions. And, working in a startup is, challenging, but yes, it's satisfying at the same time. And in addition to that, it's good to see how Insight Plum has grown, since the time I have, joined. And honestly, few years down the line, I see myself being part of a great company, excelling all across the world. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Victoria.
The last but not the least, I would like to introduce Malak Marai. Malak, your area of expertise is procurement innovation, digital procurement transformation, stakeholder management. You went from domain of financial law and taxation to the design and implementation of digital procurement solutions. You have over 10 years of experience in the field of procurement and corporate shared services. Please tell us more about yourself.
Thank you, Victoria. And I could say, like the ladies here, procurement was a coincidence. I don't know, we just seem to find ourselves in procurement somehow. I moved here to Dubai 10 years ago, or 13 years ago now, from Canada. And after having my second child, I decided to get back into the workforce. And naturally, I was in the customer service and support domain back in Canada. And I found myself working for one of the leading procurement technology providers in the region. So I started with them from the most junior position. I was supporting their, I was doing vendor support, it was a customer service role, and 6 years down the line with them, I was consulting and I was implementing their offering to one of the major clients, a lot of the major clients here, big clients in the region. And 6 years after that, I found myself working for the client. So it was very, I would say, I don't know if it was a natural progression or not, but it was definitely something that was difficult. It was a difficult decision to make, to move to the client side, but it was definitely rewarding. I was able to, understand all the factors that went into and all the stakeholders that were involved in a successful implementation of a procurement technology. So, wherever life takes us, I think we should, take these opportunities. You never know how they can add to your career and your learning. What else did you want to know? You wanted to know more. What else? I'm a working mother of 3 children. All are under 10. So it's definitely a journey. Your next question, Victoria.
Yes. Well, since we start speaking about kids, I wanted to ask you, this was not a planned question, but what advice you would give to the women who have been on maternity leave, planning coming back to work, maybe starting a totally new career, new field, what would you recommend them, or what advice you have for them?
I think what I would say very simply is to give everything what it needs and what it requires, and then everything else will fall into place. I think everything should be given the time that it deserves, whether it's your family, whether it's your health, whether it's your career. It's definitely something that's difficult to juggle, but it's totally realistic. It's a realistic thing to expect, and it's doable. It's not a walk in the park, definitely.
Thank you so much. Just one last question. What was your biggest challenge when you came back to work from maternity leave?
So I think as a working mother, one of the things that are immensely underestimated are the challenges that these women face in the workplace. I realized very early on that I was the source of one of the major challenges that I was facing. I had these very high expectations of, that I wanted to be a great mother, a devoted wife. I wanted a successful and rewarding career, and I had put such high standards and expectations that they were hard to maintain. But then again, it was a challenge, but it is doable with the right understanding from your family, from your coworkers, and even the support that you need to draw from yourself, right? You need to be able to have the patience, the time management, take care of your physical well-being and your mental well-being to be able to fulfill your responsibilities. So, yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for coming today. Your experience, your knowledge, I think it's like a whisper of belief and courage for the women who plan to come back to work, and you are a true role model. Thank you so much.
Questions, yeah. Yes.
Sorry, if anyone wants to ask any questions.
I use this form, as we say, sales force, okay, like a recruiter force, because you say the woman nature, okay, it's very suitable to be a procurement person. Do you agree in procurement department, let's say 50% man, 50% woman? And there is no difference, in my opinion, about the education, capability, everything, only because of the physical fit, about the muscle and these things. Sometimes man can do, let's say, inspection outside, okay, and we keep more women in the department. You agree with me? I mean, I know no need effort, muscle, but because you mentioned this point, do you agree about the percentage that in procurement department to be more women?
Well,
or 50-50?
Well,
I mean, why 1%, 2% only women?
In my department, we were like 70% of women, and we did well.
Where?
Trust me.
Where? Here in Dubai?
Here in Dubai. Yeah.
70%.
Our manager at that time, he tried to check if it works, and it did. I think we women, we have the strength inside us from the beginning. You know, we don't believe in ourselves, I think, and this is the one thing which I would love to say to women: believe in yourself. You know, be kind, believe in yourself. You know, it's always at the end, it's about the humanity. You know, you just go. You need to go to the client, and you don't need to look like a big man. And you don't. I'm blonde. You know, and I found out myself very well in procurement. so it may sometimes, yes, maybe. But you have to find a solution for that. You just have to go there and speak with the people, and you have to show them your heart as well. That sorry, yes, I am the woman, but we can just make it a different way than men do that, right?
Really, this is the first time I knew there's one company in Dubai, one department, 70%. I'm here 39 years. And that's why I ask you, because we are in Middle East and Arabic country, I never seen this high percentage, and maybe other lady, they are familiar that what well, I am talking about.
This is Dubai, you know, that's why, I mean, that's how this place is amazing.
We can say great Dubai, but I mean about culture and about Arabic environment. And what we use in the company, I work in biggest 3-4 company here. I never seen this percentage. This is, I really surprised that you say in Dubai, there is one department, 70%. Okay, maybe the 70%, only 7 people out of 10. But this is something different.
That's true, and I agree what you are saying, but I think it's changed a lot in Middle East, definitely, and you could easily say that it works. We were so good at it, you know, we work, we work very fast, and we just want to finish what is necessary, and especially we wanted to close all the week. So that's how it worked with us, and was worked very well between women as well. You guys can.
I'll just kind of interject here. I think it's really interesting in how we can sort of break the social norms and see what can. It's really interesting how we can break social norms and see how things can work in different scenarios. If you're surprised about 70%, my last team was 100% women. Yeah, and in finance, we're in a company. No, but what I'm saying is, in the company where I worked at, 70% of the company finance individuals were men, but I had a team of 100% women. And I was even questioned, how do you think you'd manage a full team of women? I said, like any other team, even better. Because you, sorry. Oh, so your company 70. But no, it's, you know, I think there's room for different diversities, whether it's ethnicities or gender. And I think it's important that we're having these discussions, and thank you for bringing it up, because this is how we challenge the norm and how we normalize certain sectors and industries, because I know particularly supply chain is under-indexed for women, as is finance. And I can't even mention what it's like the more senior we become. So if you think, you know, 100% women, we had 90% men in senior leadership finance positions. So there is definitely still room for us to make a difference, and I think that's where we start with the conversation.
And if I can just add to that.
I want to add one thing, just to clear myself. In one point more, the woman responsibility, in my opinion, working mother and woman, it's more than, yani, in her shoulder, more responsibility than man. So I don't meant to distinguish any difference between man and woman in capability and responsibility. Not just, I mean, the physical fit and the responsibility, especially when it's mother. These two different. So we can find, if we make, let's say, search, we can find a working lady for certain positions, which can replace it with man, okay, because woman can go, let's say, with less working hour to look after her children.
But I think that's kind of, I respect where you're coming from, that you see that there is differences in gender and responsibilities, but this goes back to traditional point of view as well. Is the responsibility just of the woman, or is it a family shared responsibility? And the conversation can, you know, it goes on and on, like paternity leave and maternity leave. One of the reasons it's so important for companies to have equal paternity as maternity leave, because then not only does it allow that it's a shared responsibility from the beginning of both partners, it allows the woman to be at the same level field, but also protects her from discrimination. If you are hiring a woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, you have a bias, you might say, oh, she's going to have children, so I'm going to have to give her X amount of months. But the moment the man gets the same amount of months, they're now leveled on the playing field. So it allows women to advance in a different ways. So I think these are steps that we need to take, and I want the mother to speak about this the most.
As much as I agree with Nihad, there will, just the way naturally women are, there will always be certain maybe roles or responsibilities or certain emotions that need to be invested more from the woman than the man. So as much as we would like, obviously, that, you know, gender equality in the workplace, definitely there shouldn't be any gender equality in the workplace, right? But you will always find that maybe the mother needs to be around maybe her kids at a certain age, maybe not throughout the entire life of the child, right? Or just at a certain age where she needs to put in maybe a little bit more effort, and that needs to be understood, obviously, from the organization and the workplace. But if I wanted to come back to one point about procurement, since we're talking about procurement, procurement is such an important function, I think, to reduce that gender inequality in the workplace, because procurement function, it has access and is exposed to so many different stakeholders within the organization and outside the organization, right? So when a woman is in a position within procurement, she is able to influence and reach and have that exposure across multiple stakeholders and multiple functions within the organization. So it's very important that procurement, you know, supports the need to reduce that any gender inequality in the workplace, to shrink it, exactly.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
Okay, this question is directly to Ms. Malak. Since we are from the same industry, I just want to understand you from a digital procurement. How do you see the teams? I mean, I'm talking about operations and businesses are accepting or are taking digital procurement in their day-to-day activities. And I'm sure that you're probably managing contracts, but not all the contracts. Probably operations and other business manages their contract. But if there an opportunity to source a vendor that gives a digital solutions, how do you see operation reactions to a digital solutions?
So in general, when we implemented or when we wanted to enhance the digital solution that we have at the bank today, there was a lot of pushback. So, you know, usually IT operations, IT departments, they want to promote the use of their ERP, right? It's easier to manage one platform for them. But we know, if you're in procurement and you know technology, you know that there are certain specializations within the market for different technologies that can enable you much better than your standard ERP. So, along with implementing the digital solution, you need to be able to manage that change internally and push for what is best for your procurement department. So nobody has that your best interest except yourself, right? You know, as a procurement function, what you need to be able to grow and to enable your buyers and your contract managers and your entire team to be able to manage their workload in a more optimized manner, right? I'm not sure if I answered your question, but there is definitely pushback. But today we're implementing contract management solution for the first time. So there was pushback from IT, you know, cloud solutions, and you're in a banking environment. It's not something that's always easily implemented, right? But we're getting there. I think the entire region is getting there.
All right. And how do you manage the contract? Is it like totally digitalized, or are we still working on the paper?
So currently, right now, we're using a digital signature solution to route our contracts for review and signature. So we are moving away from, we don't print any contracts anymore. So it's all using digital platforms.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, ladies, so much. It was a wonderful conversation. Thank you.
Artificial intelligence after that, and sustainability. And we also have our partner, Kpis, and their founder and CEO. He will give a keynote on sustainability at 4:30. And after that, before we wrap up for the day, you will have your certificate ceremony, and you will also, we will take a group photograph for the entire class, because this will be epic. So yeah, enjoy your lunch, and today you cannot hold me guilty for delaying your lunch. Yes, we will have all the training material for you also given to you in a USB, so you can take it with you for sure. No, no, don't worry. Thank you very much. Okay, hope you guys can all settle in. So we'll get started. Okay, so we're starting the next session now. We're going to be talking through artificial intelligence. And so I guess we can start now. Yeah, please go ahead.
We would like to start our topic with the fact that in 2021, more data was created than in 5,000 years of humanity. So we have far exceeded the human threshold for interpreting all the data we are surrounded with. Drastic technology transformation is taking place to help businesses consume data for strategic and tactical decision making.
Yeah.
Despite significant investment in big data and analytic businesses and struggling with three major problems. The first one, too much data and too little insights. Second one, poor linkage between insights discovery and business action. And the third one, scarce learning from actions taken. So, less than 1% of data is actually being analyzed for operational decision making.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's less than 1% that is actually getting analyzed for any decision making. So let's look at the evolution of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not some big thing. It is really, it's a whole spectrum. You know, when traditional analytics started, you have the SaaS solutions. Then you started having the big data platforms like the Cloudera. And then you had around, I think, the early or 2013-14 onwards, you started having the machine learning platforms, the cloud platforms from Google, from Amazon, from Microsoft. And then we started moving as a industry towards artificial intelligence. So I think more from mid 2000 onwards, more like 2016, 17, you had a lot of artificial intelligence, and IBM Watson is an example of that, especially in the healthcare. All the US hospitals, they collaborated and they got the patient data and they started doing like predictive health and stuff. So that's when really artificial intelligence took off. And like I said, it's a spectrum. So augmented artificial intelligence is where you have, you know, more human-like. So thinking, but you know, even Excel, if you automate something in an Excel, it's artificial intelligence actually. It's just, it's a whole range. So simple automation, macros, that is an example of artificial intelligence. So let's actually look at the spectrum. So what is the spectrum like? So simple workflows, what you see on the left side of the screen, simple basic scripting, like things that we automate, these are artificial intelligence. The most basic level is something that's repetitive, it's easy. That's why I said like automated workflow, simple Excel macros, that's a good example of you know, basic scripting. Then if you look at chatbots, you know, all the rule-based bots, what are they? They are also pretty much repetitive. You know, they know they are coded with words. So if you write such a sentence, it'll understand, or if you pick up those keywords, it'll react to it. But it's not like that intelligent, it's just repetitive. So the minute you type the word agent, that bot gets you to just get an agent because it knows that that's the action. If they can't understand, they do that. So that is just programming, right? Then you start getting to digital assistants, where you see on one side, the left side is the man and the machine, right? So the left side is more like machine. On the right side, it is more like human. It's thinking like human. So as you come in the middle, it's starting to also learn. That's why we call it machine learning. So when you say machine learning, you're actually, in a way, training the machine to learn. So it's learning over time. Like these digital assistants we have, natural language processing, what is that? It's basically understanding your natural language. So the machine is learning, and over time actually it's learning more. So, or, you know, even examples like what you use in personal life, like this, what's that thing called, the Amazon thing you use at home? Alexa, yeah, Alexa is that. Alexa is an example of that, right? It understands your natural language and does the things for you. Also does some program things, but absolutely does understand natural language. But this is still very limited in learning. When you go more right to the spectrum, for example, this robotic process automation or RPA, you hear this word very often. It is teaching steps to the machine to do like humans. So it's doing a lot of steps, but it is mimicking some human tasks. But then on the right side, the extreme right, and that is, I think you can say, quite an ultimate aim for humanity, is to also code artificial intelligence to a point where it can think and work like humans or feel like humans. It'll never feel like humans, I think, but that's what the coding is doing, right? It's making it cognitive. It is really making it like a cognitive digital brain. So it is continuously learning. So do you know, like the cars you drive these days, for example, how many lines of code do you think those cars would have? Yeah, thousands? It's literally like 200,000-300,000 lines of code. Cars are more AI and smart systems than the mechanical things that drive the car. It's really like that, especially now with getting to driverless cars. It is totally running on code. So this is really coding and reacting. So to give you examples of that, you again have some elements, you know, like this Watson Analytics from IBM and sourcing intelligence, and these are examples in the procurement industry itself where cognitive is used. But yeah, this is, I think, important to understand that there is a spectrum, there is a scope, and that the level of impact is different, right? On the left, artificial intelligence will do tactical work for you, small tactical things. Then you can have more medium or disruptive tasks. But then when you go towards right, you are more towards, when you are in augmented artificial intelligence, then it's really replacing you. So it's really large impact, and it's quite transformational in nature. So over to you, Anna.
Now let's have a look what artificial intelligence can do. Understand, interpret, reason, learn, and assure.
Yeah, so when you're on the right side of the spectrum, it's learning, it's interpreting what you're saying, and it's just becoming smarter over time. And then when you combine this technology also with blockchain and other emerging tech, it becomes a very powerful piece. So how actually does it work? So basically there are two components of data. What Anna mentioned in the beginning of the call was the fact that, you know, so much data is created and only 1% is used. What is all that data? The data we have, everything that we're doing, you know, all of this is also, we're recording, live streaming, you know, everything is just generating data. But there is a lot of unstructured data as well. So you see there are two components here. Structured data like our ERPs, our reports, these are structured data. They tell us, but they tell us after the fact. They are like reports. But there's also unstructured data, like our Facebook, Google, our interactions on social media. All this is, in a way, unstructured data. But organizations have started to understand that this is also very important, and sometimes actually more important. If you want to have a real pulse of the customer, you're going to get more from the unstructured sources rather than the structured sources. So I'll give you an example. For example, I'm walking in London, and I'm on, let's say, this Regent Street. It's pretty famous there, but I go there there is technology in my phone that recognizes that my location, and there is a shop. For example, there's a Burberry shop there. My phone will pick up that at probably my interest, or I did something, or maybe in the past I visited that shop. So if I'm crossing that place, it will send me a promotion. Or if I'm in the business. So I'm just saying these are just examples of how artificial intelligence is being used, or cognitive is being used to, or the unstructured part of data is being used to actually do something. This is not coming from a report. This is coming from the unstructured sources. And this data is huge, but untapped. So even on just reported data, we are hardly using it for decision making. And that's why, when we talk about savings today in procurement, it's limited, and it's still a lot. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity there. But for mature companies who are already doing everything right in terms of being digital, and they are mature in their processes, where do they save the money? They start to see opportunity, and the size and scale of opportunity is actually quite unimagined here, because we today don't even know how much can it really save us, because it's really, the power is unlimited. And all the coding community that is coding on artificial intelligence is just trying to pick up more and more of this unstructured stuff. So the way it works is there's a content layer, there is a layer for context, there is a layer for cognition. It's just like the human brain. And there is a control layer. What it is doing different is basically it is increasing the engagement. It is amplifying the reach, it is increasing the engagement. When that happens, you start to get better experiences. So if you're a customer, the companies that are using AI, they start to give you engaging experiences. So they know how to associate with you better. Now, again, I'll give you the Burberry store example, but it is really as simple as you walk in, they know when you walk in, and they will know that from your phone or from the location, right? By the time you walk into the counter, they will be able to know what you bought, what your tastes are, and they will only put 3 or 4 things on display. They will put the things you like. So it is really possible, right? This kind of thing in retail is being used, but maybe Anna, you can talk through more about the use cases and where we are headed.
Do you know where are we headed with artificial intelligence? 65% of the fastest growing companies in the world will adopt more smart machines and virtual agents than people by 2023. 95% of top 100 largest enterprise software companies will have cognitive incorrupted in their products.
Yeah, I mean, already the top companies, they have AI in every way into their companies. I mean, if you look at the quotes from all the industry leaders, Google, Microsoft, IBM, cognitive is everything around us. The AI is used by almost all the companies of the world. And the fact that it's going to take over the virtual agents, the virtual agents are going to take over employees, that's, of course, it's there. It's already there. So the use cases?
Artificial intelligence use cases across industries: financial services, retail, healthcare and life science, travel and hospitality, manufacturing, energy and utilities.
And I gave you example from retail because that's what I experience as a customer or as an individual, right? But of course, in all these industries, you see, I mean, I don't go to the hospital very often, so I don't know how they use it, but I think it's the predictive health management is really working because before the patient gets ill, the diagnosis is doing the prevention rather than trying to cure the patient. Like that in many things, there are many examples where AI is helping an already part of life. So things like even have you seen smart meters in Dubai? Do you have smart meters for electricity and stuff? Yeah. Okay, so that's also common here. Even for pricing, for many things, automation is used. Like most of the website pricing, like airline pricing, is dynamic, right? It's no person sitting and doing it. it is an example of artificial intelligence. So a lot of manufacturing, planning for demand is now getting fed by artificial intelligence. Credit evaluation in banking, you know that is uses a lot of AI, a lot of ratios and everything, combines a lot of data. I don't know if they still use unstructured data or something, but they're definitely using a lot of information and putting it together using AI to make decisions. So, I mean, in procurement, let's talk about AI from a procurement point of view. So, in procurement, it's not just what it's good to have, it's a need to have artificial intelligence, because we can really use the data for better decision making. We can also use the data for more adoption, and we can use the data for business outcome. We can improve, like, the accuracy of tasks. The tasks that you do, they are prone to human error. If they're done by machines, you know that you can, obviously the accuracy is a lot more. And then you can really, repetitive tasks, you can get rid of them, right? Or you can get the machine to really do the repetitive tasks. You don't need to do them yourself. So that's simple thing. Now, where companies today are, if you think of organizations that are not even digital today, so they are really coming from this left spectrum where it's fragmented and they don't even have the right processes. But on the other hand of the spectrum, you have companies that are already using AI. So it is a journey to really become AI enabled in procurement, but the journey is simple. You become digital. Being digital is the prerequisite to then starting to get AI. And also most of the softwares, they are starting to have some AI, and then more and more AI. So our software, the software partners that are in the emerging tech, and you heard from Ivalua today, you heard from Penny yesterday, they have elements of artificial intelligence. It's just how varied it is. But we'll talk through the use cases of artificial intelligence in procurement and where they fit, right? So, for example, on the sourcing side, you are doing more strategic work. On the P2P side, you're doing more tactical work, more operations. So, processes that are repetitive, you can easily digitize. You can easily, automate. And processes where you have, let's say, a high cycle time, you can really fit them well in this. Or where you have to read, do laborious tasks. Like I was yesterday telling you, reading 5,000 contracts in a few seconds versus somebody human trying to read. And even if the human does read over time, is prone to error. Or like we were talking about pricing analysis. So, or you're trying to do market research. As a human, however expert you may be on the commodity, there must be some limit. But with AI, there is literally no limit, right? So it's going to give you that result, or keep giving you alerts. Simple things like when a commodity price drops, you get an alert that this is a good time to buy this commodity. Simple things like that can save companies a lot of money. And when you magnify that with across commodities, then you know that this is really making sense. So the world is truly headed towards this. To really think of it from a source to pay process point of view, I'll share with you examples of artificial intelligence. So all of this exists today. Like I have worked on all of these. I have experienced it firsthand, and I will also take you through a partner video shortly that will walk you through examples of this. So buying assistant, have you imagined, like pharmacies in US especially, when they are working in labs, the research people, and they need test tubes or something, they are not going to go to a purchase requisition tool and order that, right? So what they do, they're literally just taking a photo, and that photo is converting that need into a requisition or whatever it needs to get ordered, for example. or you are in a certain situation, it is reading. I mean, you know that all your emails are getting read, right? You know that emails are getting read. That's how Google is giving you the relevant ads. So it's happening, and sometimes it helps. Like for example, I have no controls on I have no settings. I let whoever wants to read, whoever, it gives me something. So I don't personally mind. But of course, people have their own boundaries that way, right? But the technology also helps. So this buying, the help is that it is recognizing your shopping pattern or your favorites, or putting the same as recommended, or combinations. If you bought this goes well with this, or most people when they buy this with that. So that sort of thing. Or if you are doing repetitive buying, every month you order something, or it'll give you reminders like, oh, you know, it's first of the month, buy your stationery for the month. It could be many things, but this kind of technology already is there in the procurement softwares. Then let's look at contract insight. What is there in contract? So to really read the documents, I'll give you an example also. So there's a company, they had, let's say, a store in LA, and then they wanted to set up another store in San Francisco. So they you know, if you use AI in the contracting, they could also see the regulation. What is the local regulation? And be on top of it. So it's also in places like this that AI is used in contracts. So that now the other day I was talking to you, I think, Amber, you said that you have a MSA. You have a whole folder for master service agreements. So these are made by legal of your company or something. But over time, how do they keep up to date with the legislation? So this way they are getting fed and getting updated. Like simple example, let's say to run some business, if you need, let's say, $1 million insurance, and you don't know what is the amount, or the amount get updated. So these kind of things will automatically be taken care of. So that's an example. The other thing I already told you, reading against templates or analyzing against your I mean, what are you doing when you're doing contract negotiation? You're trying to understand the change, that this was my standard template. Now this supplier suggested this so-and-so change. So somebody has to read it, interpret it, almost like open and compare with the standard and see what is the difference and what does it mean to me. But the AI can do it in seconds and already tell you that this is what it is, or it can pre-populate for you your reply, like give a reason that this is not going to be negotiable because this is a law, or this one is a minimum requirement, it's a statutory requirement, for example. So those kind of things the AI can really help in. So yeah, in every field, people are trying to use the AI to do something better with it, to enhance their field. So let's look at supplier insight. So knowing about suppliers, we were talking about supplier risk yesterday. You instantly learn about suppliers. Like let's say now in procurement tools, you can easily have, if you have these 20,000 suppliers, but let's say your most important suppliers, you can have more than 100, 200 charts or alerts. And this is being picked up from external information, plus the information you have about them, but also external market information, which you would either hear in the news or go and find out, but it takes time. This way, you are getting all the information, and if, let's say anything, if there is an alert, you get it there. So let's say somebody did some labor violation somewhere, or something happened. You already know in your dashboards that there is a problem. Also, we already have simple automation, like, you know, we were talking about their certificates getting expired. Let's say, so you'll get an alert that you are working with so-and-so supplier, but their certificates have expired. So this is very simple example of AI. Then look at pricing insight. How we were talking about this yesterday as well, commodity marketplaces, where is the industry headed? Do you need to source and find the price, or can you get this pricing information already? So now you will see, I'll take you through a demo shortly. from our partner Leva Data, you will see that how they are using artificial intelligence to get pricing intelligence and then use it in their in the supply chain process. Advanced analytics, basically if you are just analyzing the spend, that's reactive, and then reacting to it, it's okay. You're going to probably more or less do same. If your business was same and if everything was same, it would make sense. But you know that everything is dynamic these days. Everything is fast changing. So just that structured data and that analysis is not useful. So the power that unstructured data is giving you to get analyzed and to help you make informed decisions is really helpful. I mean, if you look at the human brain, what are we? We are just using facts, but also all the feelings and everything to make a decision. So it's really the unstructured data to help us make informed decisions. We don't make every decision just on a fact. So that is what the machines are also trying to get to. And then risk insight. Risk is just all the time monitoring. If you put a person, how much can a person do? So now enterprises, especially large companies, they have these proper enterprise risk management control towers. They are getting information and from all aspects for the enterprise, for the business they're related to, their industry, their suppliers, and they are able to also put it all together and see what does it mean to them, and then also make an informed decision. I mean, even for example, I'll give you simple examples. Like let's say you're running a call center in Philippines, and Philippines is prone to cyclones. If you have these advanced weather systems, you are getting that information. So you are doing predictive, risk management in a way. You are, you know of the risk, and you have time to mitigate that risk. So that is what AI is doing. So let's look at this. For example, you go into pricing. So what's the innovation here? It's able to collect and refine real-time market information, and then combined with your internal analysis. And then basically it saves the procurement professional time. Imagine you always had the pricing intelligence. It's going to give you a very good result. Like yesterday we said, in Amazon, if you check the price, but you're physically going to check on Amazon or you're comparing a few sites, this is nothing different. But that is easy for consumer pricing. For business, for commodities, getting that information in your software is very powerful for the enterprises. Same with supplier insight, right? Getting to know more about your suppliers from various sources. You've registered a profile somewhere. You gave information to some company, you gave your presentation to them, but that's what they have. But if they are able to also collect information from unstructured sources of data, oh, this company posted something on Facebook, they're doing so and so event, or something happened, right? You're getting more information. Having that 360 view of supplier is really helpful. So that is what is an example of what artificial intelligence is doing in procurement. I mean, overall, if you look at the source to contract and P2P, it's basically the more you get information and you're able to use that information into making an informed decision, that is really the insight. And that's why our company's name, Insight Plum, is actually kept with that thing in mind, that we want to be on the right side of the artificial intelligence, where everything we do is based on insights. And that's why the insight part, and plum, of course, is like an English term meaning it's good. So that's why we want to be doing like, and then you see our logo, it has the cloud, because everything is on the cloud. So where is our logo? So it's really like everything is in the cloud, and the plum is the good part, and it's insight. So it's really to drive everything from the cloud and from actually artificial intelligence. So I hope this is making sense for you, right? You're able to follow this. It's just to break down the concept into simple blocks and say artificial intelligence is no actual, I mean, it is, I won't say rocket science, but I mean, it is, there's no limit to it. So now we'll talk about a concept that, and this is just an example, you know, where how data is getting treated to do data enrichment. We talked about analytics yesterday. So data gets normalized, data gets cleansed, you put so many rules and validation, that when you create scorecards. But then what you add to that, if AI is going to do it, it's going to be easy. When AI is not doing data enrichment, you literally, like, I have done this job. Consultants are sitting and analyzing spend data and then manually trying to code the data to a certain category. And then the reporting managers are able to see the reports for that category. So this is really taking the enrichment, is making it automated. So the analytics are also quicker, more real time. Now let's talk about why is artificial intelligence important for companies? What are your thoughts? So basically, you know, I'll answer this for you as well. The companies are fearing disruption. If let's say they're not using artificial intelligence, but their competitors are, they will surely have better business models, more intelligence on their customers and in the industry. They will have a competitive edge. So organizations are definitely trying to have an AI capability in their company just so that they are not being disrupted or they are staying competitive. And maybe also to figure out some new competitive advantage that they can get. Like if we can get some information that others can't get, that is truly power. So that is what AI is doing. Also, there is all this data available to be tapped, the unstructured data that we talked about. So organizations are figuring out how to tap that data. So until they really create that capability and start tapping that unstructured data, they really also don't know to the extent it can impact them. So they're, and also, like I said, for regulations as well, it's an important area to keep up to date. Like I'm running a business, I'm the last person to look at regulation. It doesn't come to me naturally. But if the AI can always keep me on top of regulation, it is helpful, right? So this is what companies use it for. Organizations also want to understand how can AI and analytics really transform their business. Also, how to have the digital interaction with customers or with their stakeholders, suppliers. So the AI can really make the digital experience better. And the companies that have actually already used artificial intelligence, they are really benefiting, and they are definitely ahead of their peers, and they are also saving cost in various ways. So I'm talking about this because also to introduce you the concept of something that Insight Plum offers. And I don't want to take you through this on day one in that much detail, because it's over time you will understand the reason, like why a company like Insight Plum exists is because we are really trying to be on the spectrum of innovation. We still are covering every aspect of all the basics of procurement because you still need it. But we are also on the side of getting emerging technology in and using it for, you know, doing innovation with our customers. So let's understand what the customers are trying to do on their own and what's good or bad in that. So if customers are trying to build an AI capability inside, it's not easy. They need to have that knowledge. That knowledge is basically coming from a group of people. And you know that people are just learning on the job. So you cannot always find the right people who are already trained in artificial intelligence and are able to do something really meaningful for the company. So what ends up happening is that you do start an AI capability on your own, and you start to probably do some proof of concept work, but you're not able to really convert it to real-time products or solution that can go to market, that you can embed in your IT. And that's where a company like us comes in, that we come in like experts, because a company is best in what they're doing, like their product, their service, but not necessarily in every technology, right? So what we do is something called as Innovation Garage, where we are complementing the AI capability of that company. So what we offer them with the emerging tech partners is a way to try out some proof of concept solution. Let's say you had a good application, like you implemented Coupa, right? So let's say you have everything and you're running good processes, but beyond that, if you're looking for innovation, where do you go? You want to just automate something, maybe some supplier intelligence, pricing intelligence for something. Where do you go and find this information? So companies are also trying to find AI partners or in-house, and we are actually exactly in that business, where we are partnering with emerging tech and then working on a use case basis and creating that AI, creating that innovation. So what happens in this supported capability is you are able to basically do it at scale, do it quicker. If you are on your own, you will probably lose momentum. Now, if a key employee leaves, you'll probably also slowly your department may not even work, or the funding is not unlimited. You get some funding, and for some time you do something, but after that, if you haven't really moved, it's a waste. So that's why also, providing this capability, and also what happens is, as consultants, you are doing it at 5 different places. So you have that experience, or you're learning a lot. The person who's in-house in one company just was only there, and maybe the consultant outside has already done that somewhere else. So it's good to have that supported capability. So if you just do it in-house, AI is not going to be easy. You're not able to go beyond the proof of concept. You have ideas, but not necessarily clear roadmap. So your time to market is huge. And maybe by the time you come to market, already someone else has something that is better. And then, so what are really the pitfalls and what are the best practices here? So basically, if you are on your own, you can really fail and sometimes be in a deadlock, and you don't know how to get out of it. If you're in a partnership model, you can learn from each other. You can provide the use case, and one can iterate, and you can test. But long-term view, of course, also do more agile development we were talking about. It is possible when you have a partner supporting you. You can do a lot of agile development. So what happens in an innovation garage is basically we identify use cases with customers, and then we create a sort of a sandbox, or you could say an environment where we try to build that thing up, and then redesign process with that, and then redesign ultimately the whole capability like that. And then that really transforms your business from that basic business to an AI-powered business. So, I mean, as procurement professionals, I think if from this class you at least have a takeaway that you understand that, okay, being digital saves you so much, but then what is possible beyond digital? Then it's really AI. At least for now, this is what it is, right? With AI, you are extending the boundary of what is possible. So let's look at the model, for example. The model is simple. You start with some brainstorming, design thinking, and you are creating the ideas. And then someone's helping you prioritize those ideas, convert those ideas into proof of concept. Like the big customers we work with, they can't change their big systems like SAPs. They can't change those systems, but they are happy to invest in innovation, try out new ideas, and if it works, then it's our job to take that from prototype to a proof of concept solution to an actual solution that's embedded across their IT. And how this is done, it's basically done through re-engineering a process. So with cognitive, you can completely re-engineer a process in the lab and then take it out. And it's also, it's continuous, it's learning. It's not like it's one-time innovation and then you stop. You are continuously doing this to stay ahead of the curve. So as consultants, as procurement professionals, what can you really do to start your AI engagement, to co-create? So if you have ideas, you can discuss with partners like us to really complement your AI capability, your innovation capability. Do workshops where you go through this kind of design thinking and you come up with ideas. Like I'm sure that group sitting there, have you done any of this work on your own in your department? Yeah? You guys? No? Is silence no? Yeah, so I mean it's so once, let's say you are mature in procurement and you have really exhausted what you can do with digital and on process maturity, then you're starting to really look at how you can use AI in this area and look for innovation. So that's where kind of we come in. Okay, so let me do one thing. So you go from an ideation or an idea to actual solution, and like I said to you earlier in the day, you can become a leader in that industry. You can create something for that industry. Like if you were in bottling earlier, now you're in Schneider, but let's say you could create something and then you are a leader in that. Like you were in the banks, right? You could have created something, then then you can take the product to other banks. So you have your IP also. So you could, and I mean, customers are actually in a better position to inform what their needs are. The people who are coding, the people who are just building the product, they're building it based on some knowledge, but the actual use cases or the opportunity is coming from the client. So the client is always in a better position to inform, like, this is our real problem and this is our process. What can we do here? So that is what we're trying to do. Okay, so I know it's a very intense session. I can see you're absolutely silent, so we can take it easy. But I will play a video of one of our partners. So the presentation, the company is Leva Data. Let me just pull it up. I just hope I don't open the wrong video. You know the Leva Data video? Can I just come off screen? It's probably this one. But I need to check. I did save it somewhere. No.
Come and join us for a
This is
procurement
your
masterclass.
ad. And this is what I thought. So I'll take it out. I think I already put it in the right place. No. Just give me a minute. I'm looking for the video file because our partner is in US and so they're in a very different time zone. And they send me their recording. Oh yeah, sorry. I had saved it at the wrong place. So I'll play this video. You need to do something here. So while the video loads up, it's a big file. Leva Data is a partner we have out of US, and they have artificial intelligence in the sourcing process, and especially in the direct material sourcing process. So that's what we're going to look at. While this loads, do you have any questions for me? Please, go ahead. You have? Oh, you have two mics there. Victoria can take one.
Regarding the AI, for sure there is some logical rules which drive the AI itself. How we can control it?
Today we're going to talk about the Leva Data platform.
I mean, taking in consideration we have different industries, different procurement rules. So what are these logical rules which drive the AI in general?
So the rules are being literally coded or created. So you define that these are the rules, and this is how the machine needs to learn, or these are the set of tasks the machine needs to do.
So we have to do it per each industry, or per each system you have to do it again?
No. So, I mean, let's say some technology is already there. Like, even a simple thing like an approval flow, when it happens, when you send something and there's an approval flow, it's really some level of automation, right? So that level of code, let's say, is already there. So if you want a new approval flow, you just define that this is what I want. You don't have to code and create the whole intelligence around it. So like that, you are just building on a layer of technology that already exists. So if, let's say, technology is there to read your email, or to and why I'm saying email, because it's like reading some unstructured data. Other than data that's in your reports, it's reading something and interpreting it to then do something. So some bit is there, but let's say now you come to a point where you need to do something and you realize you can't figure out that there is some technology, then it would need you to define beyond that.
So we have to personalize or configure the system for each industry or for each?
Yes, some bit. Let's say from what is offered from the partners, the tech partners, if they already have a product, you will just have to personalize it to your
needs.
But otherwise, yes, and they would have a smart way to even pick up that information. But that's about it. You don't have to really create the AI technology. The whole idea of us partnering with these emerging tech partners is that they have the technology. We are helping them connect with the customers to actually drive some real use cases, because those use cases will actually make them expand their product. So let's say we have this Leva Data partner, and they've done something on supply chain, but let's say they've done it for, some industry, right? And we can use it for another industry. If we have a customer from another industry, they can reuse what they've done, and they can innovate a bit and start getting to other industries.
Okay, so you have to define every rule in every step inside the...
Yeah, I mean, they will interpret and see what is there and what is the gap, and for that they will develop it. But they have the knowledge to develop on it.
Okay,
yeah.
Another question, if you allow me.
Yes, please.
The data availability, don't you think it will be a challenge in the future? I mean, maybe some companies have confidential data. Maybe it will not be available for you to run the system, the AI fully.
Yeah, so I mean, it has its boundaries, it has its ethics. So it is a dangerous field if you get it wrong. So yes, you have to know where is the right boundary. So even regulation is there, but not enough regulation is there. Especially I think in UAE, you don't have a lot of regulation for this yet. So yeah, companies are doing what they can, and I mean at the moment they are doing really what they can, what they're able to code. You have a question, Sanjay? Okay.
Thank you.
Any more question, or can I play the Lever Data video? So let me play this. Yegini, is the sound okay here? If I play this?
So the first question
Sound
we
is
want to
there?
address is, what is Levadata?
You can hear?
Levadata is a direct material sourcing intelligence platform that brings all of your spend into one spot and then pulls back information pertaining to spend management, risk mitigation, new product introductions, and allows you to collaborate both upstream with engineering and downstream with your suppliers. Customers like us because we help them reduce risk via 2 to 3 times increased visibility across all of their spend while connecting that to third-party sources to identify risk and what's happening inside of our spend. Helps them improve or maintain margins with that increased visibility, as well as an AI engine that looks at all of the spend and compares it to what's going on around it in the market, as well as internally to itself. And then we utilize those two to help accelerate bringing products to market faster. So typically a 20% increase in efficiency there in that space between engineering and sourcing when it comes to getting a BOM fully costed and ready for production. How do we do that? Well, it all starts with the data, right? We're bringing in your spend information, we're cleaning that, we're classifying it, we're normalizing it, enriching it, and getting it into this canonical format that allows us to automatically do comparisons with all of this other data out here. I think the number one thing that I hear is we have that information, but we don't have a good way of comparing.
This is what I explained to you in my presentation, right? That the data, I showed you one slide, that the data is enriched. The data, I mean, there's the software can only do something based on the data. It's just able to read the unstructured data in addition to the structured data, combine it, clean it in the way that it needs to read and make decisions on. So that's what they're doing. That's why it's important to first understand the concept of data structured and data that is unstructured, and then this is making, hopefully it's making sense to you now, some of this presentation. But I will actually keep pausing just to elaborate some point to make it more easy for you, but hopefully the presentation is self-explanatory for you.
What does that canonical mean? Well, it means that we can take a complete product, break it down into assemblies and sub-assemblies, break it down into components, as well as the raw material makeup of those components, and store all of that information so we can understand how it affects us from a risk standpoint, how it affects us from a cost savings standpoint. After the data is in the canonical format, it's then run through our AI engine. The AI engine utilizes that canonical spend information to then pull back all of the relevant information that we have out in the platform around spend and risk, then provides proactive intelligence to help us make better decisions. So let's take a look at this. I'm on my dashboard. It's my single page. It allows me to see everything that's going on as it pertains to our direct materials spend. I can both reactively and proactively address risk in the system with the first 3 cards. I've got the ability to help optimize bringing products to market faster with our new product accelerator. I can monitor cost savings opportunities that are out in the system with our cost optimizer. I've got the ability to track any actions I've taken with our collaboration. And then we've got the ability to see how the actions we've taken have affected our spend with our spend and savings visibility, and then the ability to watch and maintain our data quality, understand where we have good information and where we need to improve our information in the back-end systems that are supplying the data for the platform. So from a reactive standpoint, right, one thing that I always hear is, I've got a news engine, but it's tough to understand what's going on in the system. With our events and risks, we've got an AI engine that scours all the news sources for events that happen. It takes these events, contextualizes them, and puts them in that canonical format to understand location, then compares it to your supply sites that are out there. So, for instance, I've got one where a Chinese province orders companies to suspend production. I can go into that event. It's going to take me into my event management dashboard, and then it shows me exactly which sites with Murata are affected here based off of the spend information I have loaded in the system, right? So we bring in all of your spend data. We allow for end-tier mapping, so not just a supplier's headquarters, but where is their distribution facilities? Where are their manufacturing facilities? Where do they source their parts from this, to understand what could be affected here. Now I could select all these sites with a simple click and go in and see all of the different parts that I have across all of my products that are affected by this. With another click, I'm easily able to explore alternatives or create an RFI. So I have the ability to ask these suppliers or manufacturers if my supply chain is going to be impacted. And I also have the ability to explore alternative parts very quickly if they are impacted. So now I've clicked the Explore Alternatives. Because we're in that canonical format, we can find fit, form, function matches out there for our parts. So I can pick a part, see all the alternatives that are available out here, and I can create an RFI for any of them that I'm interested in sourcing and making sure that I don't have the disruption in my supply chain. So again, we went from an event coming in that I was proactively alerted of on my dashboard to being able to go through and react to that, look at how that event affects my supply chain, and easily search for alternatives with a single click, and then kick off an RFI, which I'm on the RFI screen, and we'll talk about this later when we get into collaboration, but kick off an RFI in a matter of minutes. Now, when we're reacting to something, that's extremely important because it allows us to get to the top of the list when we have to make changes and there's disruption in our supply chain. Now, that's reactive risk and reacting to it. We also have measures that allow us to take proactive steps on our risks. So if I want to understand what's happening around me in the market with the items that I've uploaded and the spend I have, because we're in that canonical format, I can see cost and demand, lead time, and consolidation for manufacturers out there where we've got at least a year's worth of data and over 200 parts for that commodity level, and understand what's happening out in the market. And this is what's happening real time, not what an industry analyst predicts. This is others that are purchasing the same things you are out on the platform, and understand. So for instance, PCBAs, right? I've got this watch point allows me to identify where I might have a high risk of impending shortage, right? Avoiding disruption, being proactive about it. So we've looked at the cost trend, the demand trend, the lead time trend, the consolidation trend, and the market trend. And when we see a configuration of these that we know in the past has caused a shortage, we'll alert you that there can be a shortage. And then we've got all the individual pieces, right? So I can look at my cost index and see that, you know, I've gone from recently from 94 cents up to 97, right? About a 4% increase. I can see that I've got some hockey sticks on my demand that seem to continue to be rising here. I can also see that my lead time is increasing from 4 to 6, right? A 50% increase in my lead time. So being able to understand all of that and see that ahead of time, we want to make sure that it's proactive. The other way we can be proactive is by looking at risk that sits inside of our spend, not just what's going on around us, but risk that sits inside of our spend. And this allows us to take all of the different areas that we might want to assign a level of magnitude to, assign the risk based on our own specific company, which enables us to have the risk that's important to us, and then the reasons for risk that are out there. This allows us to look inside of our spend very quickly, very easily, right? I could go by the graph and select medium risk, very high risk, et cetera, but I've got everything grouped over on the left-hand side. And then I've got the ability to drill in to any of the data that's supporting these charts over here from our spend information that we've loaded up. So in this case, right, I can see that I've got a situation where I've got a supplier with poor financial health. I've got single source, I have delivery issues from internally, and I have a low VMI. This is, 13 million worth of spend that's impacting 141 million worth of sales. So again, we're bringing in all of that data, getting it in the canonical format, so you've got instant visibility to your spend and what's impacted. I can see the product families that are impacted. I can see the contributing CPN factors, whether it's single source or low VMI, that are contributing to that. And this answers that question. I have one small part that goes in everything and I have to stop production if I don't have it. Well, you can identify those small parts immediately and make sure that we increase our VMI, drop it off the list if we have a single source or we have multiple sources for these parts if need be. We also look at manufacturer risks. Right? End of life. We've got a 7-year end of life here. We can see when lead times are increasing. Again, if you look back to the other risk that we just looked at around market trends, we'll bring that in. If there's sites that are impacted due to any events that are happening, we'll bring that in as well. So you've got it all in one spot that you can understand what's happening. I can see my manufacturers, and if I need to talk to them, right, we've put together automatically in a click, if I need to action on any of this, all of the relevant information that you'd want to have in front of you when you're talking to them, right? Again, third-party information from Rapid Ratings around leverage, liquidity, and earnings performance. We've overlaid our spend with a savings tracker on it so we can see where our spend is and what our forecasted savings should be. We've got our scoring from our internal customers. What do they think about the quality, the delivery, the cost, et cetera? We've got that available, and then we've got insights with opportunities and levers that we can drill into and then track as we go through. So now I can see exactly what I've got going on from a spend standpoint, growth standpoint. I can see my spend for the last 4 quarters, next 4 quarters, what my growth is, and then the insights for the opportunities and levers and the ability to go through and track any decisions we make so that the AI engine pulls back more relevant information every single time you use it. So from a risk standpoint, that enabled us to go from one click with something that's been identified as having multiple risks in it, all the way to talking to the supplier with a scorecard in it with 2 additional clicks there. So very impactful, very helpful for organizations that use that. I want to talk about cost optimization.
So I'll pause here for a minute, but what did you gather from that? So that's on the supply chain risk side, right? You see how powerful it is to have information at your fingertips. Maybe it's just one person sitting in that role, and he has information that otherwise probably could need 10 people to do that job, and maybe it'll still not be as effective, and those 10 people still need to feed each other. How do they make a decision? So you are trying to see an example of how the technology, especially this emerging technology or AI, can make a big difference, can really mitigate risk or give a competitive advantage to that company. So this is on the risk side and on the sourcing side. Now let's look at from the cost optimization side.
Right, that's another area where we take that spend and we identify where there's cost savings opportunities out there. So from a cost optimizer standpoint, I can go in and see all of my relevant information. I'm going to turn on my spend for 2022 as well. But the system's going to go through and it's automatically going to group all of your spend and the opportunities identified by that AI engine, like we talked about earlier, into 3 buckets: high leverage, moderate leverage, and potential leverage, right? What's going to take the lowest lift and what's going to take the most energy from a sourcing organization to achieve? Now, from those buckets, it's going to identify what's in that, right? CMODM lowest cost, internal lowest MPN. As I select any of these, it's automatically going to filter, and it breaks the information down into the relevant groups that I need to see it. So I can see which commodities and sub-commodities are affected. I can see my suppliers and manufacturer breakdown for these opportunities. And I've got the ability to see who has the component control and who my commodity managers are out there that are managing all of these. Now, I've always got a filter so I can break it down so I only see relevant information for myself. And then we bring the opportunities up to the top. So if I click on an opportunity, the nice part about this is we provide you with the highest leverage to lowest or to best dollar cost savings opportunity here, but we always give you all of the other identified savings opportunities side by side there. So again, internal lowest cost, right? Currently I'm paying for this business unit 37 cents. We've identified another business unit that has the ability to get it for 19 cents. But again, if I wanted to look at maybe a e-benchmarking exercise where I've got fit form function average, maybe I could save another 5 cents. Now that's going to be a higher lift, and I'm going to have my sourcing team go out and do some more sourcing activities to achieve that, but there are possible savings out there. So again, we're utilizing that information on what's going on around us as well as what's going on inside with that canonical format and pulling back all of the relevant savings opportunities with that AI engine. Now I'm able to pick one and track one, and we'll talk about the tracking a little bit later. The next area that we want to talk about was helping accelerate bringing products to market fast.
So again, I'll pause here, but hope that was also clear, right? So how they're seeing a dashboard, they're seeing the opportunities to optimize cost, and also then drill down into subcategories and actually see also location wise, right? So this is again very powerful. It is, so it's also paying for itself, right? Software is more than paying for itself. So I mean, if businesses are not doing it yet, they completely need to be digital and start using these kind of softwares, right? So I mean, I feel very good that we are in this business because we are trying to get companies to be aware and also know that, okay, we are on one side assessing your needs. On the other side, we know what's possible with the technology. So we are able to bring you the right technology to make that impact for you. But obviously, over time, we're moving the whole industry forward by making this connection and making this platform.
So when we talk about bringing products to
So did anybody know of this company or heard about this company before, right? Even if you're all in the procurement domain, you will not hear about these companies. And this is true for some of our partners. They are valued in billions of dollars, but still unknown. And I mean, we are a small startup, but it's just that we are working on a strategy where we are actually bringing these partners to eminence. So they are getting connected through us to customers. They're also getting connected through us to big enterprise software companies like SAP. So that's kind of the difference, right, that we are making. And also, they are a product company. They're focused on product. They are, and also in Dubai, they're not in Dubai. No one's there in the Middle East. This one is from US. You saw some partners from Europe. You'll hear from more partners. So also are trying to bring this to the region.
Market faster. That would be in our new product accelerator. And that allows us to have programs uploaded and the ability then to take BOMs and utilize the same cost savings tools we're doing with our uploaded spend in a BOM pre-manufacturing. So now I'm able to identify exactly where my savings opportunities sit inside of this BOM. And I've got side-by-side comparisons of all of those areas that we looked at, right? We've got recommended costs, part match, benchmark part match, internal lowest costs, everything for this BOM all in one spot. We've also got tools to help you get these BOMs costed faster. So I can take an uploaded uncosted BOM, check it out, and I've got a production parts autofill that allows me to go and search against all of our production parts, and anywhere we find matching, we can assign pricing. We're also able to, the same way we can do benchmarking, look at alternative parts that we have from feeds out there that match out on the NPI autofill, right? So just like I search for alternative parts, I can utilize that to bring in costing for parts that I've identified here as well. I check it back in, and I've got my costed BOM that I can then review savings activities. The other area that we help manage is risk, right? So we help bring in risk and focus on end of life, multi-source, all of the risk that could sit in the BOM. So if I've got an end of life, a 4-year production run, and I've got a bunch of items that are under 4 years in there because engineering decided, hey, we've used this before, I'd like to use it again. Now I can go out and easily find alternative parts. When I get those alternative parts, I've got data sheets out here. I can share that with engineering, go back to them and say, hey, can you help me out with this? Will this fit? Will this product be a good substitute here? And can I put this back into the BOM using this product and source that? So we've got all that information out there. Again, when we talk about this, we typically see a compression in time of about 20% savings for end users that are using these tools in conjunction with their current sourcing tools that they have for costing. Before we close out, just to review, right, the value that our customers get from using the platform. One is maintaining margins and reducing costs, right? We automatically integrate all of these feeds together with your spend, help you maintain margins and reduce costs across all your direct material spend. 2, we want to help you reduce risk, right? Whether that's risk on what's going on around me and being more reactive from an event standpoint and automatically enabling you visibility into how that event affects your supply chain, or proactive, where we can look inside and see where these different factors that we talked about today bubble up risk inside of our spend. All of this is combined together to help accelerate bringing new products to market faster. And when we can combine all of these things, it helps us enable corporate sustainability goals. It enables better reporting and analytics. It helps us modernize our procurement process. So very important aspects here. I just want to touch on this and say, hey, thank you very much. Appreciate the time today. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you to these guys. They are from Leva Data. So I hope you guys saw and you can relate to it from your jobs, right? That how some of the procurement departments are using functionality like this to their advantage. So I think it was a very intense session, probably. I can see from how quiet you guys are right now. So maybe let's take a break, and we will come back, then we will talk. It's a different topic, but is not intense like this, but it's important. So we'll talk on sustainability when we come back. But unless you have questions, we can take a 15-minute break now. Yeah, good? Guys, you'd need coffee or some sweets probably, I feel. Good. you guys ready? Are you back? Okay, guys, welcome back. Um, I'll spend 10 minutes with you, then we will have our partner on sustainability, Kpis. It's a company out of Germany, and their founder and CEO will speak to us on sustainability. He's in the top 10 tech influencers. He's in the same categories as Elon Musk as well. So recently he got rated in Forbes in the top 10 influencers. So do look out to watch to him. He's our, their company is our partner because we are trying to do something on sustainable supply chain. It's something new for us, and it's something new for almost everybody around the world. But yeah, this is what corporates are getting into because this is something that has come from UN. So I'll just give you a very quick overview because I'm sure you hear this word all the time, like what is sustainability? And so let's answer that. Let's look at the goals. Then let's see the session from Kpis because he'll cover on how to measure sustainability, and then I'll also talk to you about how to measure because it's not easy to measure unless you have the tech. Even with tech, it's a lot of assumptions. So we'll hear from him firsthand, and then I will talk to you about it. We will also have Seem talk through, you know, um, the Schneider sustainability goals. So you'll come and talk to us on that. Okay, so what really is sustainability, right? Sustainability is nothing but really how can we make our planet sustainable, meaning really livable in the long run. So whatever we do has an impact on the environment. So we as consumers, we as individuals, we as corporates, we all have a footprint, and this footprint, and it's not just about carbon, but carbon is one example of it. But we leave a footprint. Every action that we do leaves a footprint. So when we talk about sustainability, we're really talking about all our actions. Everything, like let's say we are in this room, the lights are on, we're consuming electricity, we're consuming power. It has an impact. Every single thing we do in our lives has an impact on the environment. Consciously, like think if you're driving into cars and not taking public transport, for example, you have a greater impact. So think about all these areas and see your environmental impact, right? So that's why I say to you, I personally, I'm telling you, I was not aware of sustainability really. A few years earlier, I was not aware of. My young team members who came out of colleges, they actually sensitized me a lot. I was conscious, but not like how they are. But I began to realize that it's not just the job for corporates. It is a job for each individual. And then it all aggregates up. So the decisions we make, it really aggregates and makes a big difference. So corporates are doing it not because they, only for the sake of it. They genuinely, need to do it because we all have to work towards saving the planet. Otherwise, at some point, we're just using the planet, and at some point, it will not be sustainable. It will not be a place to live for future generations. So this is very serious at the moment. So United Nations actually came up around 2015 with something called as sustainability goals. So you hear this term a lot, UNDP. These are United Nations Development Goals, and you hear about ESG. All these are just basically environmental sustainability goals. So these are goals. So let's have a look. I also encourage you to literally, you can Google up and go to the website of UNDP. But at a high level, just to give you an overview, these are the goals. So unless we take care of this collectively as a planet, we will really not have the planet be available for our next generations. So what are those goals like? So no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being for everyone, education. So some of these are fundamental, but it's not available equally across the globe. So there are many places where, you know, literally these are fundamental things to fight for. Gender equality, getting clean water, access to clean water, also affordable and clean energy, right? You see the energy companies, they are transforming themselves to actually produce clean energy. Could be an example of clean energy? Solar or wind, yeah, exactly. Solar or wind are example of clean energy. I think some countries are really good in it. Like I know UK, for example, Netherlands, they produce a lot of wind energy. I don't know about, I don't know how UAE runs, to be honest. I think UAE, I see as a person, I'm pretty new here, and I see UAE like they're really consuming energy. Also, I see a lot of plastic here in grocery stores. Like I've been living in London last 14 years, and this is not the case there. Like we have separate bins for everything, and we don't have plastic. We are charged if we buy plastic. In grocery stores don't give you plastic. But in general, I think the level of consciousness is a lot there. So I see a lot of opportunity here, and that's why talking to procurement people, I think you can make the change. If you are the procurement people, you will tell your suppliers, you need to demonstrate this. So that's how I think you will really begin to make the change. So it's not a tick in the box. You actually should drive this with your suppliers to see how they are, what they are doing, and how are they conducting business, what are their practices. And the practices are basically in 3 different areas for a corporate. One, how they're consuming. So like, how are they consuming everything? Where they're getting what they're consuming from, and you know how effectively they're consuming what they're getting from. That's one thing. Then if you look at it, what are they producing? So what they are producing is also very important. How are they producing? Like let's say somebody's manufacturing something. Where are the parts coming for it? And those parts may in turn be coming from some raw material itself, or maybe it's coming from farming or something, right? How is it being come? So again, now there is software to track the whole supply chain of how it's coming. So that's on the supply chain side, and that is the practice that we are trying to develop. A new offering is basically around sustainable supply chain, to be able to measure how a company is on their supply chain side. What are they doing? What's the impact of what they're directly buying? And what they are buying is being produced by someone, so how they are buying, and you know, ultimately how it's coming in the first place. How are they even growing? Like let's say, even when you grow something, you are probably even creating chemical pollution. And that pollution is getting, I don't know all the terms for this, but it really goes into the soil and it goes into the lakes and rivers. So it's also causing that sort of pollution. So that's even, you know, also there. So that is how they're producing, how they're consuming, and then how they're sourcing. So when it comes to sourcing, it's really to people like you, right? How are you sourcing as a corporate? And that's where procurement is playing a very big role on how are they dealing with vendors. And then secondly, also on supply chain, they are mostly sourcing from vendors, right? So you have a role to play in both the cases. And then consumption also. I think you are the people responsible for, let's say, the facilities, the offices. So what are you doing on that side to make the consumption relevant? So from all sides, I think it is something that procurement people are really in a position to make the biggest difference. Is this the correct time? Yeah. We should connect in a minute. So let's allow the external presentation in a minute or two, and then we should talk more about these goals, and also then look at how it's measured, and then we'll share Hazim's example. So we'll connect. Just give us a minute. Should I end this like first? Should already be there. Hi, Christian.
Hello, hello. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, even if you cannot see me. But okay, just give me 1 second. We're just setting up for you. And I did give some introduction to the group here about you, but let me give a quick introduction and then over to you.
Perfect.
So we have with us, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Christian Heinrich. He's from Germany. He's the co-founder and co-founder and managing director for Kpis, which is a company into sustainability. He'll talk more about it. And yeah, I think Christian, over to you for taking it further. And thanks a lot for taking out time for us.
Yeah, thanks a lot also, and welcome from Berlin. I hope everybody is fine, and it's a pleasure for me meeting you virtually, so next time maybe also in person. So greetings to Dubai and to all listeners around the world. We are a kind of a software company for carbon management software. I do not want to talk too much about our software. I rather want to spend the next 10 to 15 minutes, thanks for the opportunity, by the way, talking about the lessons learned from last year. So I was speaking to more than 250 industry companies, just to name a few. Maybe you know them: BMW, Volkswagen, BASF chemical company, German or global logistics players like DB Schenker, but also smaller companies in the machine building area, in the fast-moving consumer goods area, also in the oil area, and this is kind of what we do. So we are focused in industry companies, and that's the lessons learned I want to share with you. And then we can speak about how to measure sustainability, because everybody is talking currently about sustainability, but I got so much feedback about what is it the ESG, how can I measure it, is it only proving that I have a clean value chain, so no child labor, etc., or is it far more? And the result was, and this is what I can also start with, as you can see here, some different texts, and you should not walk through every bullet point. But the result is, at the end, CO2 reduction is the big thing these days, this year, and obviously also for the next 5 to 10 years, because every company has right now the so-called net zero strategy. So this week, Monday, I was talking with Procter & Gamble, with the headquarter in Singapore. So they also have a net zero strategy because of the Paris climate decree law, and right now everybody tries to figure out how can I achieve my 2030, my 2040, and my 2050 goals in order to achieve the net zero strategy. So every company has that, and this is also the main focus. I also can tell you, because I'm also part in a special committee consulting the German government, there's also a strong connection to Brussels, where we talk about how do we define a price for CO2. Yeah, that's also very interesting, because there are different streams. One is an emission trading system, and some others are talking about offsetting. So this means after having identified that I am polluting with my company the air on that and that amount, I can buy rainforests or something like that, that I can offset the costs. And there is the trading system. There are some other topics I do not want to confuse you, just want to show you with that slide that there are a lot of things ongoing also from US and also from Asia. And they are currently working also on new global accounting standards, which are mainly driven from US and Canada and Germany. We have a common global accounting system. But coming back to our original topic, because we are all in the procurement space, what does that mean? And that's why I just want to highlight what we are doing, where I also get my information about. So our mission is to empower companies to get first carbon under management. That means that you need to identify the transparency first. So where are my CO2 hotspots, and how can I quantify my CO2 hotspots? Is every supplier a CO2 hotspot, or is it only 5%? I can tell you right now already. So if you have, for example, 50,000 suppliers in your supplier portfolio, mainly it's up to 5,000 at maximum, sometimes only 500 or 1,000 suppliers who are causing the most part of your CO2 emissions. So you do not need to contact every and each supplier and analyze all material. You should rather focus on the so-called CO2 hotspots. And with those CO2 hotspots, you can then start the negotiation processes. You can include it, for example, in the RFP process as a must criteria. And this is already done. I can share this example from BMW. So BMW or Volkswagen, they are producing carbon neutral cars right now. And every supplier who has to deliver into that, he has to show and she has to show that it's carbon neutral. So in some cases, it cannot be zero emissions, but then you need to show that you have, for example, compensated it with green energy, with solar panels, photovoltaic, or you have bought some rainforest, so that all the pieces and parts who are delivered to Volkswagen and to BMW for their carbon neutral car series, it's the Volkswagen VW ID3, just to give you an example here. They must be carbon neutral, and that's a big challenge right now for all suppliers to Volkswagen, because they do also not know how can they automatically show that this is carbon neutral. And this is where we support, and that's also where I get all the infos and can share that with you today. Very important here is, as a kind of a core to get carbon under management, first of all, you need to understand what materials do I have and what suppliers do I have, because usually 80% of all emissions you have in your company are caused from the so-called scope 3 value chains emissions. So we differentiate in general. Scope 1 and Scope 2 is a little bit in energy and the energy you need for your production. And the Scope 3 is usually caused from the suppliers and from the materials you are buying. And this is exactly why we are talking in a procurement space. So at the end, procurement is responsible to get the 80% challenge under management and to understand where do all the emissions come from. Yeah? And I come back to my initial example. It's good to understand who are my CO2 hotspots in my supplier portfolio, because then I can, if I have number 3 here, a supplier specific carbon footprint calculation, then I can use that number for our negotiation. And here on the right side, you see an example. So that's then a combination of material emissions and transport emissions. And this is what the companies also require, but you can use it from procurement and you can push the costs, the carbon costs, then to your suppliers and tell them, so either we reduce together in the next 5 years, 3 years, 8 years, and then we make a long-term contract. So, for example, green logistics. Yeah, so we replace the diesel truck fleet with electro truck fleet. This would decrease, and this is something you need to understand. And for that, it makes totally sense to speak on a very precise calculation level. We call it emission breakdown. You see it here on the left side. This is at the end the key, yeah, because if you cannot do an emission breakdown, you cannot speak to your supplier. You can also not use it for the negotiation. And we integrate, because normally all procurement experts I was talking to, they are not life cycle or sustainability experts. So their methodology is called life cycle assessment. This is this abbreviation LCA here, because they are not sustainability engineers, and they are procurement experts. I, by the way, was also a procurement expert and was working for BASF in procurement. And I also did not know what LCA means and how the CO2 emissions are calculated. And my co-founder was working for Siemens, and he did the sustainability topic there. So he could use then the intelligence, and this is what we have brought together in our tool. It's called environmental intelligence system, because we bring then together the two worlds. One is procurement for negotiation, and on the right side you see you can also invite and integrate your external hotspot supplier that he or she can collaborate also on the platform. And then after having done that, then you can start the reduction opportunities. You can put it into negotiations, etc. I show you a quick example how such a emission breakdown can look like. So this is, for example, the item heavy machinery, and the total emissions are calculated. It's around about 6,000 kgs in CO2 equivalent. And then there's a split. Yeah, we have explained it here. This emissions consist of 2.3% of transport emissions, 51% of energy consumption, and 47% of material composition. But this is a very good thing from a negotiation perspective, that you can confront your supplier and tell him, please reduce the energy consumption and replace your energy with solar or green energy. So this means then you have reduced already if he has done that. And you can measure that also on our platform on 50%. So this is a big reduction process. You will never be able to reduce everything. This is then when offsetting comes into play, but you can measure and reduce it step by step with that kind of transparency. From a holistic perspective, so if you have a full, from a chief procurement officer perspective or company perspective, you want to see the overall emitters, so highest emitters, the hotspots, or the emissions by mode. Yeah, is it the air, the road, the sea? If you are in the category logistics, for example, and then you can definitely steer the whole process, and you can work according to your net zero targets, which is also kind of a transparent need all your customers, I'm sure, will ask for. To summarize it, and this is already the kind of final or almost a final slide, what is important to measure sustainability? First of all, you need to get carbon under management. I think that's the most important lessons learned from last year, because we talked to so many companies, and everybody said, yeah, what do I do? Do I need to write emails to my suppliers or my customers? Should I calculate some carbon footprints with my sustainability department? But the most important thing is that you really get supplier and material specific footprints, and then you can have carbon under management. For example, if you have 10,000 suppliers, and then you would have 10,000 carbon footprints, and then you easily understand, okay, out of those 10,000, those 300 are my hotspots, and with those 300, I can then start a negotiation process. I can tell them, you need to decarbonize, you need to reduce per year 5 or 8% or 10%, that we achieve net zero 2030. And this is the way to go. And on the right side, you see three examples which you can use. So either you push the carbon costs directly to the supplier. You can also rethink your own material composition. That's then more R&D and production engineering. But you can also propose to your suppliers that they rethink their material composition. And you can rethink your logistics structure. Sometimes it depends on the Incoterms. It makes sense that you outsource it, and that then you do not have the carbon costs anymore. Or you just insource it and you change the logistics from yourself. I have already seen that some business units did not get any more investments, so that they do not invest in new production facilities in those countries who have the carbon costs. So that's then a global supply chain topic, and this is coming more and more. Final slide, and then I'm happy to get also one or two questions if we have still time. I have brought a kind of an example, and just to explain you why the measurement sustainability, which means then CO2, is so important. So that's a global car manufacturer based in Germany. So there are a few, you can have a guess. the manufacturer makes 80 billion revenue, and they have 65 million tons CO2 equivalent per year. Yeah? And we just multiplied that with a carbon price, which is currently the standard price with 30 euros. And this is already very, very passively calculated. So this would mean if they would be to this year net zero, what they do not want to be, but they want to become net zero in the future, they would have to because that's like a massive extra carbon tax, and this is kind of the reason why the manufacturers push that cost to their tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 producers, and that's why the big pressure is in the game with the CO2 topic. And if the price increases, which is by the way currently already at 47 instead of 30, we estimated that we will have a CO2 price with around 100 euro per ton in 2030. And if they do not reduce this green pillar here, so this is why we are there and why we say it's important that you have carbon transparency and then you start the reduction processes, then they would have to pay 6.5 billion per year after EBIT. And this is not funny, because at a certain level it does not help anymore. So that's at the end, from a highlighting perspective, what is very important and what I want to explain from the industry talks I had during the last 1 or 2 years. Just to summarize it, it's super important to understand how much emissions do I have, where are my hotspots, and then you can start reducing the so-called carbon costs and achieving also your own net zero strategy. And the biggest challenge still is, and that's not only in one industry, it's in all industries, to translate the CO2 targets into procurement, let's say dollars or euros, because the procurement experts need to understand which figure can I use in my category for the negotiation with my supplier. And this is the biggest thing, the biggest challenge, why it's so important to have a very precise carbon footprint calculation. If you have questions, feel free to contact me either via LinkedIn or via email. And do not know if we still have time for open questions. Otherwise, I would be happy to share some more ideas.
Thank you, Christian. I think that's been really informative, and I think it gives a very good perspective to everyone. I'll help and take the mic around, but please, you have any questions for Christian? Yeah, I'll pass the mic there. Is there a mic there?
Hi, Christian. My name is Tarun Gandhi. I work with Etihad Airways. In your presentation, I think it was great insight to understand how all of this is being calculated and how this could be used in the future to achieve the net zero strategy. One thing I think that we're struggling right now is to understand so this was more on the commodity side of procurement, but let's say if we talk about services side of business, especially manpower, especially technology services, how do we calculate, or what's the mechanism that could be used to calculate the footprint? So that's a question.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for the question, and I think I understood it. If I did not respond in the right way, feel free to correct me. Fun fact, I had a call 2 hours ago with OEM automotive manufacturer, and we start working with them in the service or in the indirect spend area, especially for software, because they have the question, where do I have my servers? Do the servers consume a lot? Should I put my whole software into the cloud? Because then I have less server and energy consumption. So that's at the end a similar way of standardized GHG based. So GHG protocol is the global standard, and I would calculate it the same way It's just a little bit different because with the hardware, with the direct material, you have bill of materials or receipts which you are using and transport routes. And in the software and services area, it's not that tangible, but it's a similar way of calculation, and we calculate always according to the Global Greenhouse Gas Protocol, that's the GHG protocol, and the Global Reporting Initiative, that's GRI. So they are the currently leading standards, but it's a standardized methodology. But you are right, it's definitely different. And for software, for example, you have more the server and the energy topic. And if you do not have enough information, you can invite your supplier of the software to the platform that he or she provides the information which is necessary to calculate it.
Thank you. I think that was insightful. I have one more question for you. When we talk about sustainability, I think a lot of times we tend to talk about environmental sustainability. But if given to understand and what I've read about sustainability, there are other two pillars in terms of financial sustainability and social sustainability. How do we measure that, or what could we do on that side of things?
That's a great question, and I think I could answer more than half an hour to that, but I try to keep it at 1 or 2 minutes. Financial stability, sustainability, sorry, is heavily correlated with the CO2 topic. So, I mean, if you keep it in a very broad way, if you are financial sustainable, then you have a long run, you have a good business model, which is already resistant against the external shocks. This kind of shock which we are having right now, I think in the last 5 years, 10 years, it was digital transformation. Yeah, that I can transform my business model into the digital world. The next transformation we see is the carbon transformation. So you need to set up your business model. And give you an example, chemical company BASF. So they do not have a sustainable business from that perspective if they would not change their whole business model and energy consumption into a green and sustainable world. Because otherwise the company valuation would decrease and the stock price would decrease if they do not meet the net zero strategy. So this is kind of that one. And the third, so that's very strongly connected to the CO2 topic. The third one is the sustainability from a social perspective. That's a less tangible thing. So that's like, am I social to my stakeholders, to my employers, to my suppliers? This is more the social aspect. This is, honestly speaking, also from my experience, not that hard measurable and will not, it's super important, but it also cannot be really hard punished, yeah, because you cannot prove it. The CO2 topic is highly correlated with your company valuation. This is the reason why this thing is currently the most important thing. I mean, later we will talk also about circular economy, waste reduction, etc. But this is also not that hard measurable right now, like the CO2 topic.
Thank you, Doctor. I think that's a great insight.
Any more questions for Christian? Actually, I have one, if you have time. I wanted to ask you, do you get a sense of the kind of companies who are pursuing that your clients? I mean, you mentioned some big names, but generally, are they more mature organizations who are going after sustainability, or do you also see organizations that are not that mature in procurement, but already beginning to try to work on sustainability?
I hope I understood it right, but I can talk a little bit about the market and the customers or companies who are approaching us and what changed massively. So in general, fast-moving consumer companies, so like Procter & Gamble, like Unilever, so I had a talk on Monday, I mentioned, they are already pretty mature and they push it into their suppliers. So as a consequence, if you are a packaging company based in Dublin, just to give you an example, and you deliver into supermarkets or you deliver to Procter & Gamble or Unilever or something like that, you are forced to show that you are reducing CO2. So that's this one stream. And this is, by the way, also stream why companies in the petrochemical area are also really affected from that. They need also to create more net zero strategies regarding reducing and decarbonization, because they are producing the plastics for the packaging for Unilever, for example. So this is the one stream. And the other big stream is automotive suppliers in a smaller size also. So machine building companies, machine construction companies, or everybody who is delivering, even if they maybe never have to pay real or buy real certificates, so they are not kind of connected to the certificates market, like Volkswagen had to buy certificates from Tesla, for example, but the Teslas and the Volkswagens, they put the costs down to their suppliers. So our smallest customer, to be open, is a small logistics customer with 8 million euro revenue, and the biggest customer is someone like Maersk with, I think, 80 billion or something like that. So it's full range, but it depends on your customer market. So if you want to export to Europe or USA, especially Europe, it's a kind of a must criteria in the RFPs already that you can show that you are sustainable and that you are reducing CO2. Yeah. And this will heavily increase because the costs increase every year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Christian, and I thank you once again and wishing you and Kpis luck. And yes, we look forward to driving a lot of change together for customers. And I also, can we have please a round of applause from the room? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
A lot. Pleasure talking to you. Take care and talk to you soon, also for together projects or whatever. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Great session.
Bye.
Thanks.
Hazim, I'll call you up now in a minute. Okay, come up please, Hazim. So I'll open your deck. Okay, so Hazim will walk us through the sustainability impact and also the goals. So this is from Schneider Electric, and I hand it over to you, Hazim, to talk through how your company is measuring, also setting goals. You also heard from Christian, right, on the measuring, and actually they have the software to measure, so we work with them on that side. But this is a real example of how Schneider Electric set up their sustainability goals and how are they working towards achieving it and getting to the net zero position. So over to you, Hazim.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Hazem Saeed from Schneider Electric. Yes, actually, this is in line with what Chris just mentioned, and Mayank as well, speaking about the United Nations targets for sustainability. And here I would like to say as well why, as procurement community, why we are discussing sustainability topic. Because sustainability is no longer a specific function responsible for doing such activity. It's impacting everyone in the company. So HR is concerned with sustainability, digital team is concerned as well with sustainability, And there is a huge impact on the activities that procurement function is doing. Why I'm saying that? Because you will find cascading objectives coming from your company about sustainability target. The material that you are using, the material that the supplier is using shall be recyclable material. Some companies like Schneider Electric is now going beyond the material as well to use the electrical vehicle. So by 2025, we have a global target that we switch our total fleet worldwide to electrical vehicles. So no more car rent or owned car for Schneider, whether it's long-term rent or short-term rent. We use the normal fuel cars. So 100% by 2025 has to be electrical vehicle. As well, we have selected that 1,000 suppliers out of our total suppliers worldwide to participate in zero carbon emission program. And we helped those suppliers to achieve at least 50% reduction of their CO2 emission. Great examples that we did here in UAE, in Jabal Ali. We have a partner, freight forwarder and 3PL partner, logistics, big logistics name, Airlink. It's an Emirati company. We have a proud of that we had a long-term partnership with this company. And we managed together to reduce 50% of their CO2 emission by using our solar system panels. Mayank as well was always talking about the difference between sustainability in Europe and countries like in Middle East and Africa. We are still far in terms of KPIs, in terms of goals that we need to achieve. In UAE, they started last year aggressive movements about sustainability and renewable energy. We are proud that we partnership with the Dubai government to have the first waste to energy factory, which means that transferring waste into green energy. So this is the first of a kind. Before that, it was landfill. How we used to get rid of the waste, it was landfill. After this project, we are generating around 28,000 megawatts of green energy. So Schneider in 2021 has been awarded as the most sustainable company in the world. And because Schneider has been delivering a lot of projects to help our customers and our suppliers to reduce carbon emission, we put on ourselves 6 long-term commitments until 2025. Commitments for climate, for our resources, for the resources that we are using, and the trust with our customers and our suppliers and our partners, to have equal opportunities for all type of people, for all nationalities, for gender balance, to use and utilize the power of all generations, and to empower local communities. So if you can see here, this is the long-term commitments for climate, for example, to grow our green revenues by 80%. What does it mean? In Schneider, we are producing electrical equipments, medium voltage, low voltage equipments, and this is consuming some CO2 emission. But as well, we have solar panels, we have wind farms. That is green energy. So we have a target until 2025 to increase our revenue from the green electricity by 80%. The second one, and this is as well the most important, is to help our customer to save and avoid millions of tonnage of CO2 emissions. So the target is to save 800 million tonnage of CO2 per year until 2025. Reduce CO2 emission by helping top 10 1,000 suppliers, in their operations to reduce by 50%. So this is for the climate. For the resources, increase green material in all what we use, and primary and secondary packaging that we are using to avoid single use of plastic and transfer it into recycled cardboard. Trust strategic suppliers who provide a decent work for their employees, and this is part of United Nations targets as well for sustainability, and to increase the level of confidence of our employees to report unethical conduct. So we have, for our suppliers, for our customers, we have a link that is shared everywhere, that we have a green line to communicate any unethical behavior. As well, for the employees, they have a red line if they found any unethical behavior, not necessarily with the employee itself, but with anyone, to report it. And this is very confidential, and it's taken very seriously. So this is trust, giving equal opportunity. For ladies, for sure, a minimum of 50% hiring. So at least we make sure that in all departments, that 50% of our employees are from females, including leadership for sure. And provide access to green electricity for 50 million people worldwide. In generation, to double hiring opportunities for interns. So we are committed every year worldwide to train 10,000 new generations coming from university as interns, and they have double opportunity to get hired by Schneider. So we give them the privilege over outsiders. So if you are intern, you are getting training in Schneider, you have the double opportunity to get hired by the company. And train people on energy management. This is we do everywhere. So we are making free roadshows in universities, in schools, in small villages in some countries to train them how to effectively use energy and how to save the energy and do better energy management. For the local countries, we support each and every country. The management of the country is to give the reasonable target to encourage their employees to reduce carbon emission. So we ask our employees about creative ideas how to reduce energy consumption. So it was very nice that everybody started looking after why the lights in the washrooms, for example, is always open. So we can put photocell sensors, so when nobody is there, it automatically switches off. So they started creating more ideas about how to enhance or to reduce consumption of energy. This is in line of the climate target as well, 10,000 megawatt of clean energy per year, and acceleration of decarbonization, buying credits, one of the options, and to grow our revenue in green electricity. This is the waste to energy plant in Dubai. This is the first of a kind in UAE that is generating 28,000 megawatt of clean energy and eliminating single use of plastic. So this is from waste, transferring waste into energy and enhancing climate. So this is in general what we have in Schneider, and if you can see here, it's the same in line with the Sustainable Development Goals by United Nations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Azim. That was really insightful. Okay, so I just have one topic to cover with you, and then we are on to the awards ceremony, and we'll take a group photo as well. And we would love to hear your feedback as well. So we are towards the end of the workshop now. If I go back to my slides. So while the slide opens up, I really just want to talk to you about the last topic, which is how to be a sustainability champion yourself. I think you heard from both Christian and also what I was talking to you earlier, and then from Hazim you saw an example. How it's in the corporate world. So just give me a second. So yeah, it's simple things, but I think it's an important takeaway for all of you. So firstly, be aware of the environmental and other challenges around the world and that we as a human race face. So just awareness, and then be aware of regulations, policy, and goals related to sustainability. I mean, this is mostly related to environment here. Understand the UNDP sustainability goals. So this again is very simple, but it's really should be on everybody's fingertips, right? We should know these goals. Just when you go to the website of United Nations, and actually I had it open, but you will really see a lot of explanation, also the work being done on those goals and the reason. So you will understand, and so just being aware, I think, is really the first step. I think right now, even if you want to make a career in sustainability, this is the most basic thing, right? To be aware. As procurement professionals, you have to be aware. Even if you are, I think, doing any profession now, this awareness is anyway should be important. But for procurement, this role can't be overemphasized. I mean, it's in every KRA from the CPO down to drive this. So you start with awareness, and then you can be that sustainability champion in your company, and then in the industry, like we talked about earlier today. I think there's a lot of opportunity from business point of view as well in this. So this is not just saving the planet. There's a lot of, I think, this can be very, very, even financially rewarding as a career, because everybody needs to drive this. So if you are the early adopter and you are helping make this change, I think definitely you'll be ahead of the curve. So also understand how sustainability is measured. What are the KPIs in sustainability? Like these simple definitions, like what is carbon footprint? How is it measured? I know Christian touched on it also a bit, but I can tell you like just simple things like, like one beer bottle, or one draft of beer, 1 pint it takes almost a bathtub full of water to make it, for example. Just being aware of it Before, when I was not aware, you know, if I drank a beer, I would have never given it a thought. But now I know if I reduce my intake by 1, anyway, it's good for my health, but it's also good for the environment. So just minimal consumerism. I mean, like clothes, the clothes we wear, it has such an impact. Like fashion is one of the biggest polluter of the environment. The fashion industry, the clothes industry. Every time we buy clothes and think where the clothes go, or just producing clothes, it's a very big contributor to pollution. So I think minimal consumerism is a very good thing for every reason. So this is a little thing, but I think this is something now we all need to be aware of. So yeah, understand the goals, the KPIs, and just be aware. And it's okay. So just continuing on the beer example, it's that much water. It's equivalent to how much energy to make it. It is I think boiling a full kettle for I don't know how many minutes, but it's very significant. It is really significant. So this is like a little just awareness, right? Then you can apply it to every action in your life. Even the food we eat depends. You know, if you think, okay, something is like, animals are literally domesticated for the purpose, or you're getting your meats and other thing, but it's having such a big impact on the environment. So awareness again. At least avoid wastage of food. That's the least you can do if you can't make choices. Like I personally, I eat everything, right? So for me to make the choice to not eat something is not easy, but at least to not waste food will go a long way. So that's at least a start. Then I think just make a list of your own impact, like I said earlier as well, right? In your lifestyle, make lifestyle changes accordingly. I've been really inspired by my previous team members in Europe, and they literally, I actually changed a lot of my lifestyle based on what they were doing. And simple things like, they never use plastic bottles. I mean, we have so many plastic bottles lying around here in this room alone. They always carry a bottle to office, and you will see you're going to get a gift later. Probably I should have let it remain like a gift, but you have a sustainability bottle in that, so that you just carry the bottle to work, and avoid reusing water. I think in Dubai especially, there is a lot of plastic, even for water I see. And I think you don't get tap water. I think in a lot of places, you can just drink from the tap. I think that's part of the problem here. You can't just drink from the tap. So yeah, make your own lifestyle changes, or understand the impact of things you do. Where possible, use public transport. These are just common sense things, but I think they go a long way. We as a company, we encourage a lot of work from home because we collectively all add up to also, the carbon footprint besides work-life balance, right? So we encourage that we do that. But I think again, in your companies, you can do things like that. And then design a sustainable business model for production, consumption, sourcing, like I said earlier, right? These three things, if you are in that role, or if you're in a position to influence that role, do that. Because that will go a long way. Also then drive that with your suppliers, drive that in your consumption, and also in if you play a role in the production cycle. And like I mentioned before, be the change champion yourself. If you drive the change, you can drive the change in your family, you can drive the change at your workplace. Just make other people aware, and like, look, somebody changed me, and it affected me, and it could make some change in me, or at least drive some awareness in me. But collectively, it all adds up. So don't underestimate this message. It's really something you should take along from this workshop. On that note, I think, Victoria, I would like to hand it over to you, and maybe we can probably go around the room for feedback first. yeah, that's really, I think with that we at least come to the end of training topics or learning topics for the day. So we should feel free to gather some feedback, and then let's do the certificates after that. Yeah. So for the people watching us online, we're going to end the learning topics, but we will keep the stream on for if you want to hear feedback from the room, and I think for the gift ceremony and stuff, we can always end before that. We'll end the live streaming after the feedback. Thank you.
So, Mayank, I just have, I'm here in the first rows. Yeah.
Hi.
I just have a small question. We talk about sustainability and all, you know, Procter and Gamble,
Yes.
the CEO, Paulman and all, they have done so many things actually, you know, how to bring it. But in the recent past, you know, there's a lot of research that has been published that blockchains, NFTs, all of this, every one transaction of that is like watching 30 minutes a day for 1 year, video streaming content. They consume much energy.
Bitcoin, yes.
Yeah, the
Cryptos,
Bitcoins, the
yes.
blockchain, all of these, and you know, non-fudge tokens and all of these, they actually consume a lot of energy. But then today we are progressing towards more and more towards that technology. And everybody, you know, though much of the people, I think even including me, do not know much about that, but still, don't you think they rise more sustainability issues, you know, on one side the technology is going up.
Yeah, yeah. See, I think maybe the distinction is not blockchain, it's the mining of cryptos.
The
That
cryptos, yeah, yeah.
is the mining. I think like in Kazakhstan alone, it has, I think the whole consumption of mining is more than their other consumption, their personal consumption of the whole country put together. And you know what happened? There were some issues in Kazakhstan, and then there were some riots or something. So the government had shut down mining for a few days, and it just made the whole industry totally dip. But that's the kind of impact. I mean, they're huge. So, I mean, it's so your question is that question or really?
Yeah, so you know, there are a lot of challenges that are
Yes.
posing, because you know, when I say a particular document is you know, I put it with a code to encrypt it, you know, you need to have the standard currencies, so people buy 0.2 or 0.1 of that. But all these transactions, yes, they are safe, open ledgers and all of that, but they really consume lot of you know, there's thousands of codes that run. It verifies millions of data, you know, across and all. When the moment we say it's an open ledger accounting system and all. So how do we balance out between, you know, so one side we say, hey, there are a lot of plastic bottles, drink water, you know, you are even reducing your consumption of beer as well, you know. So yes, I know there are a lot of other sides, but you reduce on one side, but the other side, you know, which is not clearly visible, you know, or tangible enough to our eyes. There are a lot of things happening.
Yeah, yeah, true. I mean, see, like I said, it's all awareness, right? Everything is an addition. So anything you don't do is at least a help. I mean, my general rule is, if technology is normally helping, technology is really reducing other things, is making things faster. So maybe technology should be definitely something that it normally should help you be on the right side of things. But yeah, things that I think even government goes after, things that are clearly where technology is actually a contributor to you know, draining the environment, then they are also, I think regulation will catch up with it anyway. Yeah, but we do best as individuals, so yeah. Any questions, or should we go around the room? Adi, over to you then.
Okay, thanks, Mike. We are on top of the hour. I know that I'm personally feeling very sad, just because we're going to miss you, all of you. But otherwise, I mean, all of you got our contact details. Let's stay in touch. We plan to do more of these sessions in Dubai, and we plan to do across the different cities in the world. Right, so please do follow us on LinkedIn and all the social media. You will get the continuous updates. Anybody for the feedback quickly? Anything, whatever you would like to share?
I would just say to what you said that, I mean, this is not the end of your engagement with us. This is very much the start of your engagement with us, because you are, of course, the first people we have got into a live training session. But otherwise, as Adi mentioned to you earlier, we are in general nurturing procurement community because we are assessing their skills, we're keeping a database of each person and recording where they are in their career journey, and then we are helping them enhance their career through personalized learning journeys, through courses. Then we place them also where possible, where we can hire them, we hire them as well, right? So this is, you can always count on us as a company, and Adi is your lead here because he's the chief talent officer, but really any one of us. And that's why if you see on our website, literally we don't have any generic email ID. We literally have my email ID. So straight, you can fire an email to me as well. That for us, each person is like customer. There is no difference. Each one of you is a customer for us in every way, because that is the purpose of our company, to skill talent and to create the net new talent. Because in 1 year or in due course, as you know, people take notice of us, they will see that we are genuinely a creator of net new talent in the procurement industry. And then maybe we can also replicate to other industries, but at the moment, this is the plan. So Adi, over to you, but I want to make sure you have this message from us.
Thanks, Mike. I mean, one last point before we just get on to the feedback. The one thing which we can assure you is that none of your email messages will go unread and not responded. You might have already noticed, right, for last 1 week, we ensure that every message, every email coming from any of you is attended as quickly as possible. We do not want to end up in a situation where that maybe we don't have an answer for you. That doesn't mean that you don't get a response from us, right? So please feel free to connect with us anytime, of course. So the responses and you are taken care. Okay, thank you so much. And yeah, let's get started with some feedbacks, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Bhaskar Sharma from Sona Commercial. I'm really thankful to Insight Plum. So they have, I'm from the sales background basically, but since 2 days I have gathered a lot of information from the procurement side, and definitely I will try to apply these information with my management and my procurement team. And so I'm really thankful, I can say, from my side. And just over to Mayank, you are talking about, like, because you said you are new in Dubai. So yes, Dubai have taken an initiative to reduce the plastic. And from 1st of June 2022, they have completely stopped the plastic bags. And if anybody wants to use it, they have to pay 25 fils per piece. And just now I read the news that for the water bottles, government have taken an initiative where they try to reduce the plastic bottles, and they will install multiple, I can say, multiples area like water installation where people can go and refill their water bottle free of cost. So this is what they are doing from the government side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is something which we learned now. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much for this invitation. It's my pleasure, and I really obtain a great benefit that I come to know. I can't be a procurement person, but I can be buyer. Okay, I have a lot of information about buying, okay, only information, and I exercise specific mission, purchasing a specific product, okay. So the greatest benefit I obtain in this conference for 2 days, I am sure from myself I cannot be a procurement person. Now this is my statement, and this is a great benefit for me. But my question, I believe my area in a project department, as I said before, end to end between internal and external client, and my experience, the technical experience, I have, it's not only experience. I have experience, I have a real scenario, I have a solution about the area where I am expert. So my question to you, please, do you think that the right my area, if you go back to my career and give me this advice just from you as expert?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for raising this, right? So there is no experience which we can say that this is not useful in the procurement industry, right? So the procurement is something, I think all of you agree with me. This is something whether knowingly or unknowingly, all of us do in our day-to-day life, right? And I think from the time, I don't know for how many years the procurement is existing in the world, maybe like many years, 500 years, 1,000 years, right? So this is one skill which is in us from the time we were born, right? So procurement for me, it's an art, right? So and that can be done by anybody, and we do it on a day-to-day basis. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
I can be in supply chain, in project department. I can benefit any company, and I am sure about and confident about what I am promising you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You have something for us?
Thanks all, Mayank. Well done all. It's really great, amazing event, flood of information, and it's very nice. And good luck in the future. I have 2 points for you. I'm wondering if we can get those slides during the event for us, for all. Yes, this is confirmed, and you will send it. And also, I want to add one thing. That event was almost completed. You have covered most of the things. But why not you don't suggest us any certificates, international, respective certificate to enhance our skills and to empower our profile and CV. So I think that might missing.
I think we'll give the same answer. No, definitely. See, we have all the learning journeys, a standard set of learning journeys. So if you are starting, let's say, procurement, basics, and all the way to being an expert champion, so we have all those learning journeys. But there are also specific learning journeys for, let's say, digital procurement, for sustainability, for emerging tech. So all these are courses you can see listed on our website for now. But these are standard journeys or courses put there, and they are in a logical order. Even for, let's say, a CPO, for an emerging leader, we've put courses that are there. In addition, what you don't see yet, but we are coming up with it, is the certification courses of our partners like SAP and the emerging tech, because they have not evolved yet to a point where they have certification course. So we are actually working on creating the certification course for the emerging tech, because eventually they will be that. I value our partner, for example, they already have courses as well. So if you want to take a course, it's a very good idea to take a course, because a lot of these courses are actually, I think the learning is free, and then some give you even a certification exam. So if you want to get hired somewhere, you have procurement experience, and you don't have a project experience, but you have a certification of a course, that's at least some validation that you can do it. So you will get a chance. So a lot of people I speak to are waiting for their first chance to do work in a project. Once they work, then the second one is easy. But yeah, courses is one way to open your horizons, to get to that. So you will see it on the website for sure. And the other thing is, every one of you have free skill assessment. Means anytime contact us, book a personalized appointment, whether it takes 1 hour, half hour, we will do it, and we will guide you on a curated course. That these are the 5 things you do, And also we gave you that exercise, right? Yesterday was for this reason. So you first make an assessment of where you think you are and what is it that you want to develop on. The whole idea of this training is, I mean, you can't teach procurement in 2 days, but you are just making people aware. These are the topics, these are the end-to-end, and just get a fair idea of where you stand and where you can get to. Yeah? Anything else?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Anyone else?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vinod. So I have been here in Dubai for more than 15 years. This is the first time I have come across Masterclass, which is very comprehensive. The content, the coverage, the arrangement, everything is awesome. So we must give a round of applause to Insight Plum and team. Thanks to the entire team of Insight Plum for this wonderful event.
Thank you. I mean, that is really encouraging for us, right? So that's what we need. Thank you so much for that.
Hello everyone, maybe it's too late to introduce myself. Baral Azaida from Ministry of Education in UAE. I would like to thank Mr. Mayank and Eddie for the invitation. Despite my 14 years of procurement experience in many aspects, this event has added a lot to me and I learned a lot from it, so thank you so much. We really appreciate this great event, and inshallah we can see that you have a lot of future, because the idea of this company, I think it's very new, maybe it's first of a kind, so we wish you all the best and thank you again.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? No?
Thank you, Mayank, Insight team, Insight Plum and Adi, and entire team. Since last 2 days, we heard that we have a gap, we have a risk, okay, and challenges, right? Everybody, correct me if I'm wrong. Every organization, okay, they have their own problems in terms of either ERP or in terms of supply chain management, or like we can say also pandemic global supply chain management, right? So basically this is a chance you have to upgrade yourself, because if you're not going to upgrade yourself, definitely like 15-year younger people will take your place. Okay, this will be great that 15-year younger people will take your place, but your profile will be no longer available in the market and you will be out of sight. So this is the time, this is the real time where the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain, cryptocurrency, this is the future of supply chain. We have to upgrade ourselves regardless of age, either it is 20-year younger or 20-year older. And what I can see basically, this is the river where Mayank is standing right now in between of the river, right? And on the other side, people can see, okay, Tilbook, many companies, right? They are from the US, many companies, it's like we have seen many companies in the last 2 days, right? And they are the top 10 influencer as per the Forbes list as well. So we can only see, yes, they are doing that, they are doing this, okay? Unless there is no one who can connect that bridge with the peer-to-peer transaction and knowledge transfer, nobody can adopt it. So change management is really important thing which we have to adopt as per the technology invention, innovation, sustainability, and all around. So if you are not going to change yourself, definitely things will not going to move forward. So we have to take a decision ourselves that from now onwards, for all our vendors, for all our customers, for all our team members, we have to empower them along with us. Thank you. Thank you, Mayank. Thank you, team.
Thanks, Vishal. I mean, so that just reminds me to tell one more thing. I mean, so we have so much to speak, it's just a matter of time. So can you believe that Mayank and I and the whole of Insight Plum leadership team invested not less than close to 18 months in the research and the training orders that we got to be delivering, right? So we have spent so much of time to understand how industry works, how an individual is working in the industry and what it takes really to train the resources, right? So that's the differentiating factor which we want to bring it, right? So more to come on the training domain, right? So we will be keep updating on our website, everything. So this is going to be a big differentiating factor for every individual in the procurement world, right? So yeah, anything else, anybody?
More of your takeaway, that will be the biggest, more than feedback. I am interested in if you have a takeaway from this workshop for yourself, because that for me is the real feedback.
Yeah, thank you so much, Inside Plum, the whole team for the organization. It was amazing. Second day was very intensive in terms of material and the topics that we discussed. I believe it's very beneficial for every one of us. The key takeaway that I will take is everybody in procurement field has to understand that tomorrow is not the normal sourcing buyer or team. Everybody has to think about enhancing their skills and capabilities. They don't think about their experience, because most of us has a lot of experience in terms of sourcing activity, procurement, but it's no longer there. You have to adapt to the changes of digital transformation and sustainability. Otherwise, we will find no place for us for tomorrow. So we have to keep enhancing our skills and capabilities to match with the new technology and the transformation of the future. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Mayank, and everybody for organizing the seminar. I believe the most important takeaway for me was that while attending the presentations and also getting the whole insight into how to organize the implementation of an e-procurement system in terms of source to contract or procure to pay, we are stuck in the past right now in many companies, especially large corporations, with these systems that have been bought by the major ERP companies like SAP, Oracle, etc. And we need to try the new systems which are more agile, they are more closer to the user, easier to implement and easier to use. And I think this kind of thoughts went through my mind during these 2 days that hadn't been actually happening in the last few months when I was user of those systems. And I always thought why the big companies are sticking to these systems which are complex to use, slow, and really not efficient. So this kind of, let's say, inputs that you gave in terms of bringing this new procurement information system, the artificial intelligence, the presenter that you had from iValue, etc. All of these systems, they have to come now onto the plate, and they will debunk the old systems, because the old systems are just outdated right now and based on an ERP technology, which is just a general ledger with some numbers, etc. We need something more dynamic. The user, which in the end is your buyer on the ground, has to be happy about it, and then you get the numbers, then you get the graphs, then you get the efficiency. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. We have one more gentleman. I'll come to you, sir.
Hi, thank you, Insight Plum, for this amazing workshop. It was very useful. And I feel sorry that today I had to train 2 export managers in Lebanon, and I was interrupted. But yesterday was very useful, even today. And we learned many things, like how to advance our, to progress our skills and to acquire new skills in procurement and about sustainability. All of this was very useful. And also about the softwares for procurement, I would like also to maybe that my company I would like to tell them about the softwares I heard about, especially Penny that we heard yesterday. So it will be very useful for them. So that was very insightful. Thank you very much for this workshop. Thanks.
Zahir, thank you so much for coming. And I know we have to speak. I owe you some time. We will speak soon.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Inside Plum and the team. I think great presentation in the past 2 days. I think the biggest takeaway for me and as well as for my team is looking forward on the area of sustainability and specifically how do we do sustainable procurement. I think that's one of the biggest takeaway, getting great insights from Christian. I think that's a way forward, looking at what kind of tools and automation we could do in order to measure that sustainability. So looking forward to that, and reach out to you and see what we could do together. So thanks, Adi.
Thanks, Tarun. Thanks for bringing your team. Anyone else?
So first of all, thank you for Insight for arranging this event. I think for me it exceeded my expectations. It brought me much more clearer picture about one world which is going below the surface, which is not so visible so far to many of us, especially to industries from where we are coming from. It was really a revelation to see that so many startup companies are growing, producing so much amazing things, and this is somehow going undetected yet, on my surprise. So, as a manager, I take, for me, main role not just to use what I heard and learn here, but also to learn my team and include them to grow on that journey. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I know that I owe you some time. I will speak to you as well, sir. Thank you. Anyone else?
I would really like to thank Insight Plum. Seriously, I've been in procurement for the last 15 plus years, working for a company called Unilever. And all that you have actually incorporated, all the data, all the information that you've captured, it was very well articulated for all of us, not just for procurement professionals, but also for people who are not part of procurement. So it was very simple for them to understand what we actually did. And also to see everything that I have been doing from the past 20 plus years, how we incorporated digital transformation, sustainability. I was part of the projects, part of global projects as well. We have, when you talk about UAE, where we are in terms of environmental friendly sustainability, we are moving, UAE is moving far more advanced. There are plants, there are sections where they have done solar panels which are more than 800 megawatts. There is a city in Abu Dhabi called Masdaq which is running on solar panels. So myself, I was part of a project here in HPC factory where we actually built and designed the entire factory based on thermal plants, STPs. You talk about waste, we actually, in fact, we were the ones who actually, in fact, spoke to the government how we can actually help them to look into waste management and stuff like that. So also, I think the way you've brought this thing out, I've been to many events, many cascades. I haven't seen the information shared across to a lot of people out here was brilliant, was fantastic. 2 days that I've been here was beautiful information, I guess. I think even, in fact, getting those intelligent women outside to show the diversity of where we are, that was beautiful. You know, women empowerment is something that we need to look at. I'm especially more also excited in terms of where environmental sustainability, because we have one earth to live in. And it's not just for our children, but our children's children's future. How do we have to incorporate all of this inside in one goal? So it's not just one, one individual or one corporation. It's the entire people across the world, and we have to be united to get all of this done together. That's something. So for me, this masterclass has been 10 out of 10 or 100 out of 100 in some countries, but it was just beautiful. Thank you very, very much for this.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for that. Anyone else in the room? Okay, I think then it's time for us to capture these beautiful moments. And I request all of you to please come over. Let's have some group photo. No? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Let's do one selfie, Mike.
Let's, are we, this is not possible.
No,
Okay, Vinod? Yeah. So I think certificate is good, right? To get a certificate. And if you want to take a photo, you can, right? For each person, then let's pick up.
I hope everyone noted their email address in my laptop. If not, please let me know. We will send you an electronic version of the certificate as well with badge. Also, we will send you the presentation and some information about our products and companies. So as well, we will share the pictures which have been taken for these 2 days. I want to apologize in advance if I might mispronounce someone's name. So the first one to receive her certificate is Richelin Lao. Please come here. Mayank. Carlitos Sanchez. I will announce in advance so you can prepare. Bara Al-Azaidah. Fatima Al-Musawi. Jitin Arapail. Mandeep Singh. Hadija Shabir. Priyank Navayan. Oh, he's not here. Yeah. Oh, no problem. Abhijit Bhattacharjee. Sorry. Sorry, I tried. I tried. Hazem Saeed. Alex Buik. Prashana Jha. Sanjay Sakpal. Smita Kunkimon. Rondel Ribeiro. Tarun Gandhi. Zahir Mrowi. Saeed Kuram Malik. Somasundaram Mutia. Muhammad El Sol. Usman Butt. Saji Ashok. Rosemary Diaz. Santush Patnaik. Wala Imam. Rizwan Abubakar. Mariam Saeed Rashid. Sajita Rahul. Bhaskar Sharma. Vishal Sharma. Adrian Rego. Vinod Guptan. Abdullah Hussain. Rawan Yasawi. Abdullah Ibrahim Abud. Kenji Relosa. Dijan Kolovic. Pablo Barcena Sanz. Meg Harper. And Malak Marai. Please let me know, does everyone have certificates? I didn't miss anyone? No? Yeah, that's Crystal Hernani.
Okay, thank you very much. I think during the distribution of certificates, I realized how many of us were in the room. Uh, yeah, it gives a great feeling. Do we want to come together for a group photo? Yeah, let's do it. If you want to carry your certificates, then we can take with the certificate. Otherwise, just on your own is great. So where should we? Maybe one row down and one row up, and maybe we might need a couple of rows. So taller people at the back. Victoria, you want to come up on the stage? Yeah. Come make another row probably. I guess let's see. Let's try to see if we can fit. Yeah, make a row in front, I guess, guys.
Maybe one row of chairs.
Oh yeah, that's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. Adijana. Adijana. Let me do it. Sorry. That's actually a very good idea. We're not discriminating though, but sit down. I'll sit in the middle if you don't mind. Yeah? Come, Adi. Are we all coming? Come quickly. Thank you. One last for Insight Plum team. One for, yeah. Really, I would personally like to thank the Insight Plum team for the support. So a big round of applause for the Insight Plum team. Yes? Yes. Yes. And where's all the crew? Okay, crew is still working. So I'll thank the crew later. But is it all the Insight Plum team? Yeah. Should we take? Where do we want to take a photo? Is this okay, or should we go up? Is it okay?
I think we should go up.
Better.
Yeah.
We'll go up. Come, come, Chris.
I was looking for the sound engineer.
Thank you, everyone. See you soon. And thank you, the camera folks, and music and sound.